Hello, hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing great. So, welcome to the Shakespeare stream. I tried to do a live stream the other day, but apparently people couldn't see me, so I just had to end it. But for today, um, we're going to be talking about something that I think a lot of people, even like Mexican people that are like Chicanos, etc., right? Chicanes that live the um, in the United States don't know about this history, or they are taught in the United States schooling system that, like, well, they had a one-party system, but they had elections, so it's a it's a democracy, right? Which of course elections do not make elections a democracy does not make as such anyway, right? Um, So I wanted to talk about a particular period of Mexican history that again is overtly avoided because of the fact that it kind of exposes the idea that there was a dictatorship, even though like the civilian figure, right, the president, which did get swapped out every 6 years. But one, there was the party apparatus that kept, that was in power until the year 2000, but also a particular period in history, in the like sort of after the so sort of going into the 60s of active repression of dissenting voices, of dissident groups, that is to say, of especially particularly leftist opposition, the fundamental harming of marginalized people, the targeting of marginalized people, especially indigenous and also Afro-Mexican people, etc. Even to some extent, I mean, it was widespread throughout society, and most people kind of don't know the history of this time period because it's glossed over, right? The thing they might have heard about maybe is Tlatelolco, or the massacre that happened at La Plaza de las Tres Culturas in Mexico City, right before the Olympics started in Mexico City, um, the Summer Olympics. But that's kind of that kind of doesn't tell you the full story, right? Like, it doesn't tell you, like, well, why were people protesting? Why were there so many student movements? Why was the Communist Party of Mexico marching through the streets? Why were these things happening? It just kind of says, like, oh, they were just there and stuff went down and, it's over. But it isn't over, right? In the same way that prior to this, it wasn't over. So again, I want to sort of talk about this, but the only issue is, and the reason why I've kind of waited some time to actually talk about it, is because none of the information that of any substance, that doesn't, for example, just talk about the massacre at Tlatelolco, um, is not available in English. It's only available in Spanish. So I'm gonna have to be doing like a sort of kind of translating slash interpreting, right, for you all. But it's so that way, like, even if we don't get very far into the video, that is to say, like, I have a series of videos I'd like us to watch about this subject, but if it slows us down because I want to discuss more particularities, it's because, again, this history is not spoken about. In fact, like, even books that are Mexican history, that are written outside of Mexico, also lightly touch this period as well. And another thing too is that they take the United States framing of it, right, of not seeing the Mexican people who, due to the immense state violence that was happening, the state terrorism against innocent civilians, that they had to seek refuge in the United States. Instead, they will tell you the like, and this is when the illegal immigration problem starts, right? But it's that's part of that of like inventing reality, to use Parenti's title, or manufacturing consent by way of trying to make it seem, which is going on now as well when it comes to like the drug cartels, right? Even though there's an interesting book with a very provocative title called, you know, Drug Cartels Do Not Exist. But the point being that they don't exist. Hi, Arun, how are you? So good to see you. That is that they use this to manufacture consent so that then they can justify sending in DEA officers into Mexico. They can justify sending in armed troops into Mexico because, oh, we're just going against the cartels. But as it explains in the book, it goes very in depth into this. It's like there is no such thing as like it being as an independent entity, right? Like it exists because the United States allows it, it's a way to continue imperializing the world. And we saw this perhaps most visibly with the United States armed forces, particularly the Marines, protecting the poppy fields of Afghanistan, right? When they're doing this so then that way Big Pharma, quote unquote, right, has access to the lowest price of poppy production, right? Where they can have poppy production for Big Pharma, causing the opioids crisis, as some people have termed it now. But of course, at the same time saying that there's a war against drugs, right? So that's one of the important things to consider here, is that the very framing of how people will talk about the dictatorship is often, sorry to distract you, but one of the things that always piqued my curiosity is the status of indigenous languages in Mexico. Yeah, sure. Just give me one quick second. Let me just turn off the music. So when it comes to indigenous languages in Mexico, there are 62 protected languages. That is to say that they are recognized as official languages, right? Like they are given a protected status, etc. However, there is an issue with it because of how, because when the sort of Mexican education project that created the nationalist idea of Mexicans being a nation in the 30s and 20s, 30s, and 40s, the education that was given to people was one that obviously gave immense emphasis to speaking Spanish, the national language. So one other thing too is the fact that the way how they count whether people are indigenous or not, so to speak, is not by their identification. Because on the census in Mexico, there's no racial question, right? They don't ask you what race are you, right? That isn't a thing. They ask you, do you speak an indigenous language or not? And that's the number they give. Like, however many people speak indigenous languages, that's how many indigenous people there are in Mexico. So they are given protection. They are supposed to be given like the textbooks, which are all free because they're from the Secretariat of Public Education, has to produce them in each of those languages. However, of course, the resources that are given to any particular language have historically, so they don't count each and every single indigenous tongue. In the sense of like, do they count every single like subdialects or things like that? No, not exactly. Instead, they recognize like Purepecha. They don't recognize all of the subgroups of that. They just recognize the umbrella, so to speak. Especially because Mexico has such a large number of people speaking one particular indigenous language, which is Nahuatl. which, people often think about the Aztecs, right? Like this would have been their language, so to speak, with over almost 2 million speakers. It's the one that has the largest amount of people that speak it, either as L1 or L2. And so very often, the point being that there are different dialects, right, as there are in every language. But they just count it as one language, right? Like the one that I learned, the dialect I learned, is not spoken in the Mexico City area. It's actually spoken in one of the coastal states of Mexico, called Veracruz. And so there's a lot of mutual intelligibility, but there also isn't. There also is some mutual unintelligibility. So, hi, mixed secular. It's so good to hear you. I mean, pardon me. It's so good to see you. So yeah. So in that sense, they don't count each and every single specific one, but they do each like language as it were, like Nahuatl writ large, right? Um, and there are many problems. There are many problems with the way how Mexico, like the problem is we cannot believe that Mexico and indigeneity mean the same thing, right? Like Mexico's history of its, I mean, again, part of the white supremacist colonialist project, of it being a settler colony as well, was one of extermination to a great extent as well. Yes, there was assimilation, right? There was cultural genocide, that's for sure. But that didn't come, as it were, at the expense of trying to, because this was something that with the Apaches, right, the Apache tribes, and which are part of the greater Apache nation. I want to make sure that tribes are a smaller grouping within a larger grouping, hence the Apache nation. They essentially, it's pretty much until World War II, were willing to fight against them. And most of the language recognition happened after the revolution, really. But in the century prior, there was definitely no protection for indigenous languages. And there also was a switch too, culturally, right? And from the Hispanicist, European-centric, like Eurocentric view of looking at Mexican people, that is to say, where they are like all Mexicans are the descendants of Spaniards, and that our cultural home is therefore on the European continent, just in the same way like the Americans, right? Where theirs would be England, ours would be Spain, I guess, whatever. Then you have a turn rhetorically and nationally where you begin the indigenous, as it's often called, turn, where you begin to emphasize instead, but again, it's very difficult to say that that was seen as anything other than a way to, well, for one thing, it collapsed indigeneity in Mexico into being one. Like when people think of indigenous people in Mexico, one, they either think all Mexicans are indigenous, which they aren't, or that all indigenous people in Mexico are one group, the Aztec / Mexica / Nahua speaking people, which they're not. So that is very often the issue with that. So they do have state protection. They are granted an official status. I mean, it depends, because again, like the definition of what whiteness is, and again, I'm not trying to obscure this. It's just more that what counts as being white in Mexico is different from the United States, right? In that New Spain, right, had a racial caste system, right? It literally was called the Sistema de las Castas, right? Like the caste system, where the whiter, the less indigenous, the less African you were, right, the proportionately speaking, the more access to whiteness, and also too, the more enculturated you were, the more likely you were to be considered white. Um, so so in that sense, like there is this long history of people being only taught that they are European descended, even if they do have an indigenous background. But it was done to again do that cultural genocide aspect too. Now, most people in Mexico do, however, have some degree of European ancestry. That is just because most people are mestizos, which means that they're mixed race. However, that the amount, it varies, but um, there are definitely people that see that as like showing their connection with Spain, right? Like, no, it being like, for example, Arun, there is a phrase that you can say, and many phrases that involve the word for an indigenous person in Mexico that are pejorative. Like, you look like a blank, right? You talk like a blank. Don't be such a blank, right? Referring to an indigenous person by the term that they use, right? And all of these insults are again because indigeneity is not actually like indigenous people are not seen as part of the Mexican national project. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, like once you have the nationalist ideas coming through, then a lot of, I mean, not that it doesn't pre-exist, but that because it definitely does, but that's when you begin to like there's this book called The Cosmic Race, right? Which was a book saying that actually um, the British people have it wrong about like what is the best race to be. Actually, mestizos are the best race because you have all of these like different trunks, right, of from different trees, right, coming together that make us quote unquote, or that will create the most superior race. All right, so that's Mexican stuff. I mean, but the guy who wrote that was a criollo. Like he loved European culture. I mean, like he made people learn like French and stuff when he was Secretary of Education, or all of that stuff, like Minister of Education, I should say. Um, Everything was about learning like the European Western classics, right? Especially if you go to the Northeast, untouchability is practiced not with internal divisions in ethnicity as such, but untouchability is practiced with indigenous people. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, it's like I said, like that idea of like untouchability, like that is something that very much is. I mean, I've talked about this when it comes to like La Costa Chica in Guerrero, that's where the largest number of Afro Mexicans live. That is, the descendants of black slaves that were brought over to Mexico. Because Mexico and Peru received more slaves than the United States ever did. The difference is Mexico got rid of slavery upon declaring independence. The United States didn't, right? And another thing too, as I said, like the Spanish were had a system where intermixture was normalized, or to some degree, right? Well, to a much greater degree than to that of the British colonies. That's for sure. Um, so, but the indigenous people themselves were even imagined as being like a separate country. Like they had this idea of La República de los Españoles y La República de los Indios, right? That like they were their own republic, and everybody else is in a different republic, right? So it's like two nations that are included within this colony, but that they're untouchable, right? In that sense. And again, I don't want to overdraw that comparison, but like I said, when I was talking about La Costa Chica, like they did not get things like modern roads until the 20th century, like the middle of the 20th century. Um, and so that's what's kept them so distant from other parts of Mexico because of that. In the same way that indigeneity is looked down upon in Mexico, so too is blackness. Like that's another thing. Like even I've even talked about like my own family. It's like they won't say, "Oh, they're black." For the people that I have that are black in my own family, they will use like other terms, like, "Oh, they're mulatto," or they're like they try to justify it by like not having them be fully black, right? Like the idea of blackness is seen as something you don't want to be associated with, right? So yeah, so in Mexico that is very much done with the indigenous peoples. In fact, people don't even realize that like Mexico has so many indigenous people, but the main reason why is because they are not only the most marginalized in most cases, but they aren't even granted it's not as though there are any of the well, I'll put it to you like this. The idea of them being away from out of sight, out of mind is something that most Mexican people are used to, right? Like they don't live here. They're not part of the community. In fact, that's what Portillo Saldaña writes, or Saldaña Portillo, sorry. She writes about how who is the Indian in Aslan, talking about how Mexico's nationalist rhetoric, which is what people have been inculcated in the whole 20th century, is this belief that we've become separate, right? That the indigenous people are something from the past, and that now we've progressed forward due to, European colonization, etc. So when the Zapatistas, right, in Chiapas came out of the forest and said, we are fighting against capitalism, blah, 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 but they didn't identify as an indigenous rebellion, right? Indigenous rebellion. That actually caused a huge issue because prior to this, almost all of the, like, if there was any, or rather, when there were um, protests, rebellions, etc., that were considered to be indigenous in nature, they would say, "Well, see, they're backwards, right? Like that's the thing. Like they're untouchable because they're backwards. They do not understand that we are a modern country, and they are remnants of the past that will soon, that we have surpassed as a society, and they must either become part of it or whatever, right?" Um, Again, because people often forget that Mexico is a settler colony. It is a settler colonial state, just like all the other states in the Americas. Um, so that division became really, really apparent during the Zapatista rebellion, because they said, we're not doing this because we're indigenous. That is not the primary issue. The primary issue is capitalism, right? And that's where they couldn't do the similar whitewashing they had done before of saying, "Oh, well, they're just uneducated and blah blah blah, and they're poor and they don't know." I mean, there's a whole film. So there actually is a film series by someone who would go by the like the title of the character, or the name of the character was called La India Maria, right? The indigenous woman named Maria, right? And it's all supposed to portray, I mean, it tries to do it in a comical way, and a lot of Mexicans grew up watching it, but it's all like there's a lot of critique about how the state treats indigenous people, right? Like on one hand, it likes to show off, like in Mexico City, it loves to have people visit the National Institute of Archaeology and Natural and History, right? Anthropology and history, right? And they love to show the relics of previous civilizations. But when it comes to the actual indigenous people, they don't care about them, right? So it behaves just like every other settler colony, especially because Mexico City is where the white bourgeoisie is, right? Especially where that's the locus of power, right? And so again, that's where you'll get, like who are the most. I mean, even to this day, and I'm sorry for if I'm going too far off tangent here, but we're probably too far off subject on the tangent. But the last time I was in Mexico City, which was just a couple of months ago, they were doing a massive protest from the Zapatistas to tell for them, because again, people like the idea of AMLO, right? They like that. Yeah, sure, he rose the minimum wage by 20%. Great. Yes, he's they're working on making homemakers get a pension as well, blah blah blah. However, the armed forces of Mexico are still. Oh, hello, Swims with Whales. Hi, I didn't notice you. I didn't notice that you're a first time chat. Hello. They did not stop attacking the Zapatistas. Uh, I'm doing okay. How about you? I'm just gonna say forever. I don't. Yeah, forever. And because of that, um, that's why they were still marching. DT. Okay, I'll just say DT. Thanks. Um, so because of that, that is why they're still having all of these protests against the government. Like, it doesn't matter which government it is, they've been protesting because yes, they will give social benefits, but it's not as though indigenous people particularly are getting benefit out of them, because things like home ownership, very low when it comes to indigenous people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like, all of these systemic issues are not being addressed just by giving out things through social programs. Same thing with the land. I mean, again, like I was mentioning, La India Maria, right? Even in that movie, in one of the movies, it talks about how people are making fun of the indigenous people who sold their land away because they were scammed, right? Um, uh, by saying that they needed it to build, whatever, for the petroleum industry. Or, I mean, that was one of the things that they would say, or the outright theft of their lands, right? That's why, like, land reform is such an important. I mean, it was important for the Mexican Revolution in 1910, and it will be an important thing for any socialist future. Because again, the indigenous people are not the people who, get to be the stewards of the land, are not the people that get to, uh, are not the people for whom the nation's lands are primarily there for, right? That's always a big issue. Uh, and some of these things have become better over time, but it's nowhere near it's not anywhere near, I would say, where Mexican society is fully accepting and yeah, accepting of indigenous people. Like, many people like to blood signal. I don't even know, like, I don't even know what's a heritage symbol signal, that's like, ah, yes, that I'm related to the blah blah blah. But that's the same thing like Americans saying, oh, I'm 1/16th Cherokee, right? It's like they don't know the history, they don't know anything. They're just claiming it because they think it gives them some mystical tie to the land otherwise. So, you know, just trying to make sure. Hello there, October. I did see you were lurking, but yeah, I mean, like, and another thing too is that in the northern states of Mexico, those are the more white states. Like, those are the ones that have majority white people. Like where either because it's one very arid, so there weren't like large groups of people living there prior to colonization. Um, So when the Spanish came in, and then later other European colonists to settle that land, and to start ranching or whatever, It wasn't as though they had to. It's not like the south of Mexico where in fact, there are only two states in Mexico that are majority indigenous. Only two. And one of them is possibly not going to be majority indigenous very soon. I don't know. It's a very strange thing that's happening. But the point being that it always comes at the dispossession of indigenous people. It's never. It's bad.
Guerrero e Ignacio Manuel Altamirano. Oficialmente su muerte fue a consecuencia de un accidente automovilístico. Los reportes señalan que el vehículo en el que viajaba, junto con un pequeño grupo de colaboradores, se estrelló en la estructura de un puente de la carretera México-Morelia.
So, like I said, none of the actual in-depth stuff that talks about what is often called La Guerra Sucia, which is actually the wrong thing to call it. In the same way that it's wrong to call it La Guerra Sucia in Argentina, right? Calling it a war is making it seem that the innocent people that were disappeared, that were murdered, that were forced into exile, had a chance of, well, one, were belligerents, right? That they themselves were the ones either instigating violence or brought about state violence, right? And I have a huge problem with the fact that Mexico is really one of the only Latin American countries that does call this period of time La Guerra Sucia. Because calling it the Dirty War is something that, like in Argentina, they don't like to call it that. They call it the last dictatorship. The other thing that this particular period in Mexican history has been called is La Dictadura Perfecta, the perfect dictatorship, right? That, because again, you would have people going to polls to vote for one party so that way they could change the face of it, even though people knew that behind the scenes it's not like, it wasn't a dictatorship, right?
Sin embargo, su muerte, como muchas cosas durante la segunda mitad del siglo XX en México, siguen cubiertas por un velo de oscuridad.
Also, in Mexico itself, because Mexico City is called Mexico too, most of the time when people say, like right now it said se murió en Mexico, he died in Mexico, they mean Mexico City, not just the country. But again, this is like kind of like the beginning series of people who, many of whom were leaders in, workers' movements, even feminist movements, student movements, right? That simply because they wanted to voice, right, their dissent against the Mexican state, they were attacked viciously. And indigenous groups in particular were ones that especially, and also those of other marginalized people were the ones that were primarily harmed, especially, throughout the entire time, but especially in the early part, in the 60s.
Corrupción, una política de silenciamiento que se ensañó con las víctimas. Genaro Vázquez fue fundador y dirigente de la Asociación Cívica Revolucionaria, una de varias organizaciones y grupos que entre las décadas de los 60 y los 90 lucharon desde distintas trincheras.
So right now, this group that they put up the flag, right, where it's like red and black and has like a yellow star, that was a group of people that actually said, if the state is going to attack us, then we will go onto the barricades, right? Like, we're not just going to be, the peaceful protests, like the whole, the civility politics, right? That like America loves to push and force people into in many ways. They're like, no, if they're coming, locked and loaded, then whatever we do has to be in an attempt to stop the harm, right? So,
distintos enfoques y distintos fines en contra del régimen de abusos, corrupción e impunidad que gobernaba el país. Un periodo donde el Estado normalizó casi cualquier táctica de represión política y social.
so right now it's saying this was a time period when the Mexican state had normalized every tactic of social repression and torture. However, you will not believe who taught them these methods, right? I mean, I'm obviously being ironic, but it's like the fact that I heard this, oh gosh, it was this like bourgeois historian guy that essentially said, well, see, the problem is that like the Mexican security intelligence services, hi there, Larry, it's so good to see you. Welcome into the stream. So glad that you're here. Was like his like the bourgeois historian's take on this was, well, the CIA and the FBI taught Mexico what to do, but they didn't know what to do with the information that they got. And that's why they like didn't know. Like essentially trying to be like, well, the reason why they did repression and all of this stuff was out of incompetence, was just like I have no idea where on earth anybody could get that from, but
Con el ejército y las policías a su servicio como brazos ejecutores. Violencia legítima.
and so one of the things that it's noting right here is that it was the police and the armed forces together, right? Like the people that try to say that, oh well, this group is somehow more loyal to the people, or no, that's not true.
Formada desde las más altas esferas del régimen del partido.
Exactly. Always, everywhere, at all levels.
Hoy, la sociedad mexicana hace un alto en el camino para mirarse en el espejo de la historia, para reflexionar y reconocer que durante la segunda mitad del siglo XX existió una política de represión, asesinatos y desapariciones con el inequívoco sello de la violencia desmedida.
See, like this is the problem I have with this, is that the way how they keep trying to the way how they frame this is that, well, there was this regime of state violence and repression, and like they focus on this idea that the violence was what is that term that people like to use to be like, oh well, it's not like the issue was that they were too hard-handed, right? Like as if there was an okay amount of violence, because that's essentially what was just said, right? That the issue was that they weren't measured with their violence, they went too far, and it's like, no, in the first place there shouldn't have been any violence. Like, why is it that a student group protesting in the Plaza de las Tres Culturas, or the Plaza of the Three Cultures, otherwise known as Tlatelolco, why is the president calling up the armed forces to come stir and dumpster everybody that's there, right? That doesn't make sense. Like you cannot just say, well, it was disproportionate. What does that even mean? Like that doesn't mean anything in this context, because there was, again, this is why I have a problem with Mexico continuing to call it La Guerra Sucia. Like calling it the dirty war is a way to pretend that the victims were somehow co-responsible, right? And that's not true.
A partir de ahí se hace una convocatoria amplia al pueblo de México, a organizaciones civiles, a individuos, gente que quiera participar en la conformación de la comisión. Algunas y algunos de nosotros participamos y fuimos respaldados por varios colectivos, afortunadamente. Y estamos aquí representándolos en parte y con el objetivo de crear una nueva narrativa.
Like right here, what they're saying is like, well, we had like a big like conference, and we have different people that were backing us So then that way we can try to rewrite the history as it was taught. However, it's funny because, well, it's not funny, it's infuriating actually. Hi, Powerful Finger, it's so nice to see you. Is the fact that just before this, they're like, well, the issue was that the violence wasn't proportional.
sucedido en ese periodo, que persigue básicamente un objetivo, o dos diría. El primero es poner a las víctimas en el lugar central de esta nueva narrativa. No esta teoría de los dos demonios, en la cual la guerrilla y los grupos insurgentes combaten al Estado en igualdad de condiciones.
So this part I think is good, which he's saying that Carlos is saying that he wants that what they're working towards is putting the victims of this period of the dictatorship front and center, rather than trying to make it seem that it was the guerrilla groups, right, that were somehow the actual cause of this. Hello, Ali, it's so nice to see you. Yes, I am having a good day. But remember, like in Argentina, and I'm going to use Argentina as an example because I think now people know more about its dictatorship. Definitely people know it much more than Mexico's dictatorship, that's for sure. Is that they claimed that they were going against leftist guerrilla groups, right? Los Montoneros, right? But that had already ended by the time the dictatorship began. One thing I also find really interesting is the fact that I know most people have not. I mean, again, because people will be like, well, they had elections. They changed the president, right? Like they changed the face of the person. So that means it wasn't a dictatorship, right? Because they think dictatorship means there's one guy that just forever. But that's not, again, the entire state apparatus was run by one party that did nothing but state repressing, particularly after the Second World War. So you have all that. But one thing I do find that's really interesting is the fact that in Mexico, this show about the dirty war, right, as it's called, La Guerra Sucia, which I disagree with, is that it's considered like G, right? Like it's rated G, general audiences, right? Like it's for everybody. That is very different from how the United States would ever talk about anything. Like it would never give it it's general audiences to talk about, state repression, right? It always tries to hide it by either making private companies do it, right? Or if PBS does it, right, putting it behind paywalls. Or if there is something that's being said in something that's public, they make it so that, it's supposed to be for, only adults, right? It's rated R or whatever. I do think that's an interesting, change in this discussion.
Y el segundo objetivo es crear una nueva cultura de derechos humanos a partir del trabajo de justicia y de memoria que estamos haciendo como Comisión de la Verdad.
I know about let me see if I can. I know about Uruguay, Chile, Peru, Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela. Pre-Chavez was like South Korea. The dictatorship south of Mexico. Yeah. I mean, again, people know that because they were the infiltration with via imperialism, etc. The state apparatus in South America was something that was done as part of Operation Condor, right? Hi, Moni. Hello, it's so nice to see you. Whereas in Mexico, because Mexico was already deeply imperialized by the United States, their access to the levers of control, right, were different, right? Like, in fact, many of the most important, like there's always been this culture in Mexico, like in the 20th century, particularly this period, where if you got a particular spot, right, in the presidential cabinet, right, particularly la Secretaría de Gobernación, which is kind of like the Secretary of State, but it's not like the Secretary of State because it's not like foreign affairs. It's like literally like the Secretariat of Governance. Like that's what it would be, like of state affairs, right? You would become the next president. Like that was how it worked. Like if you were this position, you were next. Like you were gonna be voted in next. Um, because then you were given access to the least some of the levers of control, right? Um, but so many of these people ended up like, for example, like he's considered to be separate from the original dictatorship under the PRI party, the Institutional Revolutionary Party, the IRP in English, but it's PRI in Spanish, right? This guy was PAN, right? And he was president when I was living in Mexico, right? When I was living back in my hometown and during the height of the drug war, right? And literally, Felipe Calderon, like as soon as he was done being president, he moved to the United States, which is very common. Like this whole like, oh, we're going to move to America. And then he was teaching political science at Harvard. This guy that literally made the city that I grew up in, right? The city that like, I cannot see it as anything else. It's like one of the cities that defines who I am. The most violent city outside of a war zone, right? Where everywhere you went. I mean, it's like I was like the last time I was back in my hometown of Tijuana. I kid you not, right in front, like in front of the house, right, like right there, just across on the main street. As soon as I got there, like right by the front door, but I mean I was by the front door. This happened just over there on the other side of the street. Someone was Robloxed. Seven gunshots. Traffic still kept going. Like that's just. I mean, it's kind of like Arun. I don't know if you're still here, Arun, but like it's like what you said. It's like it's just another Tuesday, right? Um, like that's how violent it is, but it's not Mexico's fault, right? It's not like Mexicans are whatever, blah blah blah. No, it's because of U.S. imperialism that has caused so many different, vastly different things that has allowed for people to, like the drug cartels, etc., which are intimately tied to the government, both sides of the border, to kill with impunity. And so the violence is so high that like what becomes tolerable is again really really high. And another thing too is like you still have to go to work. Like I kid you not. I remember once there was a shootout on my way to go to school. Right? Like there's this main street Cuauhtemoc you have to go down. That's like the main street takes you into downtown Tijuana. There was a shootout and I couldn't go to school because of that. And they're like, "Well, why, like you should have tried to find another way to get here." Right? I'm like, no, right? Like, thankfully, my parents were like, no, that's just fucked up. Like, what are you talking about? How the left was crushed there. I know that in the Americas, Mexico had the most thriving left-wing movement. It did have a thriving left-wing movement. In fact, there were even actual left-wing people in the groups who helped draft our current constitution. Hence why certain things like the fact that the land is the patrimony of the nation, the fact that ejidos, right, the collective farms are protected by the state, etc., etc., etc. Like, yeah, in the first half of the 20th century. And there was a lot of progressive change that happened in the direct aftermath of the revolution. But once you have, the Cold War, that's when you begin the national security. I believe that's what it's called, like the national security state, right? And this is where the United States begins to do this, where they will teach states in Latin America, right, like their military, right, paramilitary, etc., how to do torture that was learned in the French in the War of Algerian Independence, right? All of these things, right? Because every country that the United States could install a dictatorship in to keep it stable and economically favorable to the United States, they all had, they either had dictators until the very end of the 20th century, or they had this transition to democracy, which usually involved having a more right-wing party appear, as was the case in Mexico. Like, the PAN party is one that historically was tied to Christian, fascists, right? Like phalangists from Spain, right? It's very much in this idea that Catholicism is, etc. But yet they are even more neoliberal than the pre-party, right? Like they're the ones that want to privatize everything as quickly as possible, and they did for the two presidencies that they had, those 12 years. Both of those presidents were, one, neoliberalizing everything, and two, starting wars that required the assistance of the United States. So
Este esfuerzo se cristalizó con la creación de la Comisión para el Esclarecimiento a la Verdad, el Esclarecimiento Histórico y el Impulso a la Justicia.
when you mean war conflict, do you mean like with another nation, or because if it's with another nation, no. Mexico is a neutral country. It has what is called the Estrada Doctrine, meaning it's a neutral. That's why like a lot of international events would happen in Mexico, like big meetings and stuff, because it was like the closest neutral country to the United States. Like, it's not part of NATO. It wasn't allied with in fact, it was part of the countries that was trying to be like the third world, like one of the leaders in the third world movement, right? The like non-aligned movement, I should say. It also was a city, interestingly enough, that was known for being filled with spies for that reason too. Which, doesn't help, but it's interesting how the United States will say that. Like, oh yeah, we had spies there. We had, government agents there. But we totally were not. Trust us, bro. We're not telling the Mexican armed forces and their paramilitary groups how to torture their own citizens. Trust us. Like it's like one of those things. Like, I mean, again, this becomes more of a thing the closer you get to 1980, and then up to NAFTA, right? Like that's like the absolute height of U.S. imperialism being as open, as brazen as possible. With that, but there was never any armed conflict. There was a border dispute with the United States, but that's because the United States is like doesn't realize that rivers change their course over time, and because like they were willing to fight Mexico, almost 200 years ago now, over the Rio Grande being the boundary, when the Rio Grande started looping a different way, because rivers do that. Uh, yeah, America was not happy about that. They were like, no, 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 we cannot give more land to Mexico. Like they're totally fine if it would give the United States more land, but not if it gives Mexico more land. Heaven forbid, right?
Las violaciones graves a los derechos humanos cometidas de 1965 a 1990. Decreto.
So again, so the time period that we're looking at here is 1965 to 1990. Okay. That is 25 years of armed state repression over an entire nation, right? That at this time, for example, like at this point in history, Mexico has the largest city in the world, right? And the reason why I sometimes will point out these like things that seem that are kind of like factoids, it's because people like to use these type of things like, oh well, you know, this country like Argentina had its economic miracle during this time period. Like they will do this, or oh, they had the highest urbanization, but precisely because they are trying to use it to whitewash, as opposed to in the opposite sense, right? That it's like you had the largest city in the world caused by the enclosure of traditional farmlands in most of Mexico to indigenous people and to other people, the working classes and the peasantry. So now they all have to move to the center of the country where most people live to now become proletarianized. I remember reading all about the politics around establishing Texas at first as a regional buffer zone from which it was to agitate and foment border conflict before it ever was a state. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, like one of the main things is that like Mexico said, like, you know, we will let people settle here, but America was like upset that they wouldn't like the volume of people that America wanted to send over was so high that like even though Germans did move there, some Austrians, Belgians, etc., that became Mexican citizens, which is funny too because after Texas gained independence, they left. So like this whole thing that it's like, oh, blah blah blah, they didn't want slavery either. Like it was only the Americans that wanted to bring slavery and expand it into what is now Texas. So, you know, I mean, this is why, for example, during the Mexican-American War, or as I often call it, like the War of American Aggression, you have one of the main things that's happening is that it's literally about dispossessing the Mexican people that live there of all races, and then high urbanization without proper planning, pre-building in neighborhoods like China does, will bring some. That's exactly what happened, right? That's exactly what happened. So, and which is part of my point is that people will talk about Mexico having an economic miracle and blah 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 blah, right? To whitewash the fact that at the same time, it's because you have the state crushing all of the union, all of the workers movement, all of the leftist movements, the women's liberation movements, even the queer liberation movements, even doing this in a concerted effort that attacks other minorities too, other marginalized groups, like Jewish people, for example. Like some of the people that were disappeared because they happened to have been right in the leftist movement, but people that they could say could other even more, such as Jewish people or indigenous people, right, or black people, were the ones most likely to get disappeared. Like there's just a higher rate of people where that is the case. Again, because it's about using marginalization to then manufacture consent with other people. Well, they're others. They are not like us, right? But yeah, like that's exactly what happened in Mexico City. That's why it became so polluted so quickly. Like Mexico City had never had this issue before, even when it was the most industrialized part of Mexico, like this whole area around Mexico City. But in particular, after the Second World War, suddenly now you have to have, uh, all of these infrastructure projects, which were done through imperialist means, right? Like the United States would build a highway. It's not like Mexico built. You know what I mean? Like this is like what the Marshall Plan of Germany and Japan did, and also what the United States did to the Philippines after the Second World War. When Mexico was trying to create that infrastructure after this mass influx of people who otherwise wouldn't have ever moved to the urban areas of Mexico, resulted in many issues infrastructurally that still exist today, and also huge amounts of poverty that cannot be ameliorated simply by, like, because like in Mexico they still have food stamps like in the old way, right? Like where they actually give you like these things that look like money. I mean, they don't. I mean, it's not like monopoly money. It doesn't look like money, but it looks like these little fiches, right? Um, and you give those, right, in exchange for food. Like there are social benefits, yes, but those social benefits are still have to pay the price of imperialism, right? So these are some of the problems where, again, AMLO might have raised the minimum wage by 20% in 1 year. That's good. However, if prices rise, right? If inflation rises, if the standard of living, and I mean like the real standard of living for people, is not protected and also brought up, if access to healthcare, like Mexico has universal healthcare, but it has very bad access to said healthcare, right? Because again, the many years of privatization that occurred in the meantime meant that the Mexican healthcare system, the universal healthcare system, the state healthcare system, only operates out of two specific organizations and the hospitals built by them. It's not like you get an insurance card that you could go to any doctor, private or otherwise, right? It doesn't work that way. And so again, I could go deep into many of the systemic problems that Mexico has, but this is why like AMLO is not doing enough, right? Like it's not so much a question of he didn't do anything. It's a question of he is not giving more power to indigenous people. He is not giving more power to queer people. He is not doing that. Fundamentally, nothing has changed in Mexico. As such, that is to say. These other aspects like raising the minimum wage and maybe including homemakers in getting a pension, that's good. But it's not as though there is any actual way to end the systemic immiseration of people that live in rural areas, the dispossession of indigenous people of their lands, or the recognition of Afro-Mexicans as indigenous people. This is something that is happening in Mexico. The Afro-Mexicans want to have themselves considered an indigenous group, so then that way they can receive the same benefits, right? Hi, Jim. And this is a huge problem in the sense that, I mean, I can already hear this coming from like white Americans, right? Oh, well, they're not indigenous, right? The reason why is because the only groups that are given is if they're considered indigenous. So it's like, yes, it is good that there is something there to protect indigenous people, but it was done as a way to not help Afro-Mexicans. that and all of these problems, right, magnify all of the suffering, let alone all of this that's going on here.
Fue emitido el 6 de octubre de 2021.
Well, I mean, that is not how, Jim, the whole idea of purity and all of that stuff, that's white supremacy BS stuff. But anyway, but that's a whole different story. I know what you mean. I just want to make sure that I say that, because the way how Mexico measures indigeneity is if you can speak an indigenous language or not. That is how it counts indigenous people. There is no race question on the census. It hasn't been so for over a century, because there's no need for it, right? Like, there's no need to ask how many white people are there in Mexico. It's obviously millions of people, but it doesn't actually do anything, right? It doesn't, in Mexico, it doesn't do anything, because then another thing too, like, and the United States has the exact opposite approach, right? Where it wants to create more and more categories, even when, and this is why I have a huge problem with Hispanic and Latinx as categories, is because they are not racial ones, right? Like, not everybody in Mexico is Hispanic. Not everyone, like, Hispanic does have a meaning, and it I can't let you use the verb that you use there, the progressive verb with the ing there. However, it's not that. It's not that. It's that Mexico and Peru received more African slaves than the United States did. The difference is that intermixed marriages and intermixed children were more acceptable, were seen as were recognized in the Spanish and Portuguese colonies, as opposed to in the English colonies. And there can be many reasons why people could go into that, but hi, Chromatic Mage, it's so nice to see you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the resubscription. Oh, I love that emote. Like, it's perfect. It's a perfect emote. I love it. So again, there were lots of African slaves that were brought over to Mexico, and the worst thing is, well, definitely not the worst thing, is that as soon as they arrived in Mexico, they had to build the very fortress where they were processed, right? It is a horrible thing, but oh yeah, of course. So again, over time, I mean, can I say that happened in every case, that it was always consensual? No. But if you're trying to say that the intermixture was solely a product of the non-consensual, that is not the case, right? It does not mean that it didn't happen. I mean, obviously it did happen, but it isn't as intermarriage was more common, simply because in the initial colonization, Spain sent mostly men to colonize Mexico. So that's why you had a normalization. I mean, that wasn't the only reason why, but that is why mixed race marriages were much more accepted, because the Spanish men needed heirs. So if they had a mixed race heir, that was fine, because they did see as it were, the European side of him, right? Or of her or them, but typically it was a him, right? It was a he, at least presumptively, right? Hello, the big room. It's so nice to see you. So, again, another thing too. Another thing too is that they did have separation, right? And I went over this a little bit earlier. They did have the Republic of the Indians, as they would have called them, and as they still do call them in Mexico, and the Republic of the Spanish, right, of the Spaniards. And so there was a separation, like, oh, you live over here, we live here, right? I mean, segregation, literally apartheid, but it was different, of course. I mean, it wasn't different in the sense that it was minority rule, but it was different in that some of the highest ranking indigenous people, due to their class status, were able to keep certain titles and certain privileges, because they were willing to then essentially be the comprador bourgeoisie, as we would now understand. Like, as long as they were the ones that still had control over that, yeah.
Hemos establecido una comunicación directa con los colectivos. Fueron los colectivos de víctimas y de sobrevivientes los que impulsaron esta iniciativa. Y fue
So I put in the subtitles, so that way, we people could hear it. But I am gonna keep stopping a little bit. I just wanted to note this man's accent, because people think that English, just like any other, has many different accents, right? Like, there isn't one American accent. But this man, oh my gosh, the big room. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Yay, we hit our sub goal. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Thank you. And the hype train is close too.
fueron los que de algún modo diseñaron en cierta medida este mecanismo. En primer lugar, estuvimos ya en comunicación con ellos, fuimos a diferentes estados, regiones a platicar.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, you're so sweet. That's so sweet. Sometimes, honestly, I get a little bit like in my head, and I'm just like, oh gosh, like, I don't know, just in my head.
Para presentarnos, se hizo un plan de trabajo.
Cuando empezamos a diseñar el mecanismo en particular, pues se hizo con la convicción de que debería ser centrado en las víctimas, de que debería.
And see, this part right here, this is good. Yes, we have to focus on the victims. This is the problem that a lot of people online happen to have a problem with, is that they don't want to center victims. They instead want to center literally anything else, rather than victims. And it's like, if you don't center the victims, the people who suffered during that particular, this particular time, and who are still suffering to this day, and their descendants to this day, it is a form of what is often thought of as stage 10 of genocide, right? Which is denial, right? It's another way of denial by not focusing on the victims. So it's very good that these different organizations that are working together are saying, well, regardless of anything, as long as it's victims first. Because let me put it to you like this: the Mexican state has not compensated the victims. Like, it has not even really, addressed this in any real way, other than saying how horrible it was. But, again, this happened. There were people who I know who, because of what happened from 65 to 1990, had to come to the United States as political refugees, but the United States doesn't recognize Mexicans coming across the border as political refugees, even though the state was doing this to us. Right? Like, the United States always decides when it's willing to extend that label, right?
A los reclamos de las víctimas durante tantas décadas y que sin lugar a dudas tenía que estar involucrada la institucionalidad para brindar justicia.
See that this part right here, not only is there a need to address this even decades after, that's very different rhetoric from stuff you would get from, I don't know, you could add in specific people's names here, or even American US organizations, right? They would try to argue, well, it's been so long since it happened, right? Oh, it's already in the past, so we don't need to address it now, as if its effects cannot be felt now. Right? Like, this is something that comes up with the topic of reparations, right? Even though if you read, and this book is on my throne if people would like to get me something from there, I do have my research books there as well. But I do also have, if you would like to contribute, and you're more than free to, you don't have to, contribute to my air conditioner over here, somewhere over here, because it's hot. And yeah, when it gets really hot in this room, I have to stop streaming because I start getting headaches. So just to keep that out there. Anyway, so one of the most important things to note here is that they said this also has to be an institutional, like there has to be institutionality in order to address this, right? Like it's not something that any individual person could do. That is very different. I mean, again, these people here, the people that are speaking here from these organizations are not necessarily speaking, I don't know any specifics, socialists, right? But they are speaking more like socialists than a lot of people who stream and talk about justice, right? That want to reduce everything down to intrapersonal, right? Personal responsibility. Well, what did I do that was bad? This, you know, like as soon as you take the view from the necessity of institutionality, like she is explaining, then it becomes quite clear that even the scope of what we're talking about has to be expanded. Also, base Che Guevara shirt wearer in that video. My mom is many awesome things, but one of the things that like when I learn, like, you know, like when you get to know more about your parents growing up, that's when I learned that she was like a Che Guevara jacket, like kind of like a biker jacket wearer. I'm like,
Un esfuerzo que busca dar respuesta a un reclamo que por décadas han hecho las víctimas, personas sobrevivientes y familiares de personas desaparecidas, y que encontró en la llegada de la Cuarta Transformación una oportunidad.
So what the fourth transformation is what AMLO is calling the various structural changes, or the various changes that are supposed to be structural, right? When it comes to his mandate as president, right? Because in Mexico, you can only have one term, and it's 6 years long, right? That's it. You get one sexenio, as they're called. And there has been this idea of the 4T, la Cuarta Transformación, the fourth transformation of Mexico into essentially adopting more social democratic aspects, right, within the country. But as we know, that is not the solution to the major problems Mexico has, right? They might band-aid a little bit here and a little bit there, but ultimately what is needed is something far more revolutionary, right? Like raising the minimum wage is good, how, especially when it's now it's $11 a day, as opposed to when it was what, it was $8 a day or something like that before. A day, remember, not an hour, a day. So, that is good. But if systemic inequality between people who are marginalized, particularly indigenous people, and people who are, again, impoverished, are marginalized because of the fact that they are, as it were, more tied to an indigenous identity or a black identity, et cetera, et cetera. And what I mean by this is the way in which they are seen socially, right? Like the way in which the state and others view them. If we're not dealing with racism, if we're not dealing with particularly anti-indigenous racism, but also anti-black racism, which is a huge problem in Latin America as it already exists. But in Mexico, it's the way how it's just beyond. Like, I can't even, like, the absolute denial of black people is just, I just can't even believe it. But again, as someone who studied Mexican history and works with it and researches it, like, you will be very hard pressed to find anyone that talks about Afro-Mexicans now. Like, they will talk about slavery when it first began in 1521, thereabouts. They won't mention it ever again. Like, they will talk about how there were slaves at one point and then just never talk about them ever again. Like, as if they just vanished off the face of the earth. So again, this goes back to this idea that, like, AMLO right now is supposed to be doing these major reforms, but he's not, right? Like, in the sense that there is nothing structural that has changed that can really be done under bourgeois democracy when you're a country as deeply imperialized as Mexico is by the United States.
Si bien el mandato de la Comisión para la Verdad encuentra antecedentes en otros episodios como la Guerra Cristera o la represión contra el llamado enriquismo, movimiento que unió a varios actores de la entonces incipiente izquierda mexicana, encabezada por Miguel Enríquez Guzmán, antiguo militar.
So what they're talking about here is anarchismo, which is one of those things that it's kind of hard to describe insofar as it's like a leftist political movement that only existed in a Mexican context. Like, it's not like it has ever been like, it doesn't have, there is no real reach outside of Mexico, right? It had this very brief period, right, with Miguel Enríquez Guzmán, who was the head of it, that essentially, this might interest people because one thing that Mexico has been very like home to a lot of leftist ideas is this synthesizing of the communism and anarchism, right? Like, that synthesis is much more of a thing in Mexican leftist thought that it really is not in like Western European thought, right? Like, they're seen as two irreconcilable camps. Whereas in Mexico, it's kind of like, well, again, like, even this year, there was a time when, of course, they're doing it, one, of someone that got murdered, actually in the United States, in a U.S. jail. And in fact, he's actually the subject of the book Bad Mexicans, which, is interesting to read. But his name was Flores Magón, right, of the Magón brothers, who were anarchists, right? And they were present and were part of the Mexican Revolution and enshrining specific ideas into the Mexican Constitution, like the land reform that gave collective, communes, right, state protection, right? That I'm ashamed to admit I haven't kept up with AMLO's administration much. Is he making an earnest attempt at reforms and running into institutional inertia? Or is he going the Obama route and not really trying? Maybe some of both. So it's the one of the issues is that the opposition, which is the pre-party, which was the dictatorship party, right, which was in power from like the 30s until 2000, right? Um, and the PAN party, which are even more right wing, have their origins with phalangists well, I mean fascists, right? But particularly of the Catholic flavor, I guess, is one way of putting it. They have formed an opposition party, an opposition bloc that wants to undo everything or stop everything that AMLO has tried to do. Now, does this mean that this is like some like, oh, if only he had the perfect conditions, then everything would go correct? No, it's not one of those things. Now, if you would have had what is called a qualified majority, so essentially a supermajority, that then, sure, he could have passed legislation faster. That's true. But another thing too is that the Supreme Court, essentially bourgeois democracy, right? The problem with working within bourgeois democracy is that even if you're doing something very minimal that goes against what capital dictates, suddenly the bourgeois democracy, especially when it comes to something like the Supreme Court, somehow finds out that it can actually shut things down, even before they become law. In the sense that once something is published in the I guess the annals of the Federation, it's called something like that. It's like this journal, right? And it's like if a law is passed, right? If it's put into this like little like gazette thing, then it becomes law. Like once it's printed, it's in effect. So usually that meant that once it's done, it's done. But now the Supreme Court in Mexico, which is very different from the one in the U.S., for many reasons, was like, well, we know that this passed, but we still think it should be struck down because blah 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 reason, right? So, it's just, again, bourgeois democracy will always defend the bourgeoisie because that's what they're there for. Does it mean that the policies that we're talking about would have been solved everything? No. Again, they were just very small band-aids on huge problems. But band-aids, they still work, right? One of the things one of the things that did end up happening was that AMLO wanted to create a national airline. That is to say, that belongs to the state. And that was something that was debated because then it meant that, well, if now it's state run, does it mean that, essentially where does the money go, right? Like that's always the question, right? Like when AMLO built the new airport for Mexico City, he stopped another project to create an airport because it was done by the last president, Enrique Peña Nieto, via private means, right? In a way that was corrupt, right? In a way that was very openly to help, one, give him money, but also get his cronies money as well, right? So they stopped that, and now we have another airport that's also, or once was, an Air Force field. I don't know. It's like, then there's also the railways, right? The U.S. is very unique in that most of its railways are privately owned, which is why when there are logistical problems and they try to blame like states or like the nation, or rather the United States, like the government, that's literally them lying to you when it comes to railroad, like that logistical stuff, because they're all privately owned. So that literally does not apply to them. In Mexico, however, hi Ganja Fairy, it's so nice to see you. And yes, Giga Chad, Papal Fascist Giga Chad would love that. In Mexico, though, there is one like the Great Southern Railway, right? Let's call it that. That goes down the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, which is the narrowest part of Mexico, right? Which was actually one of the places where they first wanted to make the canal, right? Like what is now the Panama Canal, right? That crosses from the Pacific to the Atlantic to the Pacific, because that part in Mexico is very low, right? Like there are no major mountain ranges. They kind of end just before that. But anyway, they didn't end up making it, but they did make a railway. However, that railway is privately owned, or was privately owned. And essentially, they were trying to stop the president from doing something the president can do, which is use eminent domain, right? By saying, well, now you're harming private industry, even though no train has run on that track for like 30 years, ever since they owned it, right? Like they've just been sitting on it, letting the value of the land accrue value more and more and more and more. And so they thought that AMLO was going to buy it off of him. And when he's like, well, no, right? That's suddenly when people begin to care about, hi, Sarah, ¿cómo estás, mi galletita? So nice to see you. So again, anarchismo is not anarchism, but it's something that is a unique Mexican way of trying to synthesize communist and anarchist ideas that was, not allowed to give its full, it was never allowed its full potential.
Revolucionario cercano al general Lázaro Cárdenas, así como el movimiento ferrocarrilero surgido a final de la década de los 50. Los gobiernos por revolucionarios otorgaron un papel sin precedentes a las Fuerzas Armadas y crearon policías que se convirtieron en brazos represores.
So again, once you have the end of the Second World War, that's when the national security doctrine of the United States becomes the standard doctrine across the Americas, right? Like this is what the United States is actually exporting, right? Like, we will teach you how to terrorize your own people, right? We will show you how to have intelligence services that can make people disappear. And this started just after World War II, even though the emphasis is between 1965 and 1990, although I would argue that it goes, again, from the Second World War to 2000. I think is a better way to actually look at it, but...
En el caso nuestro, será por tanto civiles como por militares. No tuvimos un régimen militar, pero no por eso es menos cierto que el autoritarismo ocurre tanto por instituciones civiles como por militares, como por instituciones de organismos paramilitares y parapoliciales, como es el caso de la Brigada Blanca.
Entonces, el hecho lo que va a...
So, again, I think what Carlos just said is so important because this is where people try to say, well, Mexico wasn't actually a dictatorship because there wasn't a military junta, as if that's what's necessary. That is definitely how people think of dictatorships, for sure. But the president is still the head of the armed forces, right? Like that's the thing. It's like, as long as they weren't all generals, right? As long as they're not, awarding themselves all these medals and blah blah blah, right? Because they have a civilian, right, presentation, that somehow is used by people, especially in the U.S., to say that, well, it wasn't actually a dictatorship. It was just I don't even know. Like, I mean, what do you even call it when you have one party that has ultimate control of everything that the entire country can do? I mean, again, just because it's not a military junta does not, and it's funny because actually people have already said that we know that behind the president, right, who was the civilian face, there was a military junta for, I mean, to put it, I mean, to just sort of put it that way, right? Like there was a group of people who were part of the armed forces and, you know, important in bourgeoisie people that essentially were calling the real shots, right? Um, Yet people, again, because it wasn't overt, somehow it means it wasn't a dictatorship. It's like, no, that's what shows that it was even worse. It's even worse because the denial aspect was something from the beginning of what was going on in Mexico. Like everything was about how do we make it so that we can deny that we are a dictatorship. So anyway, we're about to go into a bit more specifics.
¿sí? Es una democracia más del sistema político. Entonces, frente a eso, frente a esa movilización, el gobierno, en lugar de negociar, de tratar de solucionar estos problemas, muchas veces trataba de cooptar. Y cuando no lograba cooptar, entonces terminaba ejerciendo la violencia.
A partir de la segunda parte de la década de los 60, se agudizan los episodios de violencia desde el Estado. Las masacres de estudiantes de 1968 y el halconazo del 71 son claro ejemplo de una violencia desatada contra grupos estudiantiles, urbanos y rurales.
El autoritarismo se da de muchas maneras.
Okay, so this is the magazine Por qué, right? This is talking about the two major massacres that occurred via state repression in Mexico. No one, I've never met anybody who like, people might know the 1968 Tlatelolco one. I have yet to meet people that like just offhand know the 1971 Halconazo. Again, because of the repressive nature of the Mexican government, the ability to hide this history is precisely why when you read Mexican history, particularly from the American side, that is to say, through American historians that just happen to talk about Mexico, they just don't even talk about this period of time. Or if they do, they talk about its economic miracle, as if fascism is okay because, I mean, it's kind of like that, well, at least the trains ran on time, right? It's like, no, that's not good. Like, I don't, like, that doesn't matter, right? Like, this magazine here is, again, this is the 24th of June, 1971. So this would have been the morning edition. No one is fooled, right? It says, no one can fool el regente, right? La matanza, the massacre, the killing was official. It was state murder. It was the state committing murder of innocent people. And the images that are still shown to this day are ones that make it seem as though the student groups in particular were the ones that instigated violence. When literally, like in Tlatelolco, it was the army that went into the buildings that are higher up, all the different floors, pointing guns at the students who were protesting peacefully. Like they literally had nothing with them besides their signs, etc. Maybe some instruments, maybe, stuff like that, food, whatever. Once they started shooting and people got out of the square, which is enclosed, right? It's kind of like, that's one of the things, it has big buildings all around it, so it's like enclosed in that way. I mean, it literally was a death trap, literally. is that when they were running away and then they picked up a shovel that they saw on the side of the street to try to, because they see this armed soldier or policeman, right, trying to shoot everybody that's there, and they try to fight back. That's the picture that even to this day they will use, especially if it's someone from the US talking about it. Because they always want to make it seem like there was somehow not only co-belligerence, that said that both parties, that there were that there were two parties, right? The government versus anti-government forces, which wasn't true, and also that somehow they were on any level on an even playing field. Like, look at what this dude is carrying. He's carrying a stick. The other guy over there is carrying a broom. These people have, like, you know what I mean? Like the top of the line US killing machine guns, right? This person has a stick. Okay? So to pretend that it was a war because they fought back is to literally side with the fascists. That is a huge problem. I will be right back. I just need to take a quick break. Oh my gosh, Chromatic Mage, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Oh gosh, I am. We're so close. We're so close. I'm just like every day, I'm just like, oh gosh, I know it starts to become visible too. I'm just like, I know that I just start to look like I start getting all schwitzy and everything, and I'm just like, oh, I don't want to stop streaming. We're talking about something interesting, I think. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, what if what I'm talking about is too boring? That's like always my like self-doubt in my mind. It's like, oh my gosh, what if what I'm going to talk about is too boring, you know? um but yeah, thank you so much. I like honestly like I can't even work on other stuff either. Like that's the thing. It's not just streaming that's affected, right? It's not just streaming. It's even writing. Like even my academic stuff takes a toll because it's so hot in here, right? That you know, it just begins to affect me, right? I mean, I'm very uncomfortable. So, again, like as I was saying, oh, well, thank you so much, October. So again, kind of like what I'm saying, is that we have to recognize that this was state violence. Oh, thank you so much, Chromatic Mage. I will take that advice to heart. That is really good advice. It's just where tons of my own self-doubt just begins to come up. But anyway, but this is something particularly close to me because this is something that all the time is denied or is spoken about in a way that is meant to justify the violence. That is to say, well, if the students wouldn't have been so blah, 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 right? If the Communist Party would have just been okay with what they got, which is just like, what did you expect the Communist Party to do under a fascist dictatorship? Just like, you know, ask for, you know, and the indigenous people. It's like, what are they supposed to do, right? So there's a lot of systemic denial on that part. But the fact that in the US it's like not taught at all, a lot of Mexican American or Chicane people just don't know about it either, even though some of, you know, many people's family, we have people who came to the United States as a direct consequence of this, right? Particularly these two major events, but the fact that they were part of a systemic state campaign of violence, right, against its own people.
En muchas esferas, desde lo local hasta lo regional, lo federal, y trastoca también la parte civil y la parte.
Yo creo que durante muchísimos años nos creímos el mito de la paz priista.
Okay. I'm sorry, I know I keep pausing, but it's because there's just so much to explain. There used to be, and I've actually heard this being said like on Twitter, but also in videos to this day, of the idea of the Pax, you know, like the Pax Romana, right? Pax Britannica, and now like the Pax Americana, right? That there was a Pax Priista, right? Or the pre-ist peace. And this is another way to deny the genocidal shit that they were, and dictatorial shit they were doing, by saying, well, at least Mexico, by having a one-party state, by having the pre just take care of everything, was able to have this like relative period of peace throughout the country, right? Because the narrative, even now, is a narrative of Mexico is inherently unstable. It's always has all these warring factions, and that is why, in particular, the United States has to go and, you know, blah, 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 right? But this period, when it was the most under, I mean, it's still very much under U.S. control now, but particularly during this, and I'm pretty sure they mean it, I mean, I would say from the end of the Second World War, until 2000. Again, this is where you have to expand that definition out, or the time period out, because the PRI was not out of power until the year 2000. And even then, they came back into power 12 years later with Enrique Peña Nieto. So, they've had more than their share of years of power. But it was always this idea that, well, the PRI might have done these bad things, but they also made sure that Mexico was stable and peaceful, which is not true, right? It especially isn't true when you consider, one, the fact that the Prius state, right, the fascist state, were the people doing the violence, right? It's just that the people were more suppressed than ever.
De que México vivía en una democracia en la que había estabilidad política y todos nos llevamos bien.
Exactly. This is still what's taught in American schools. This is still what is believed by people, even if they're Chicano or Mexicanes here in the United States. Again, like I remember this was in my government class, right? Like in high school here in America, they legit were talking about Mexico like, yeah, it's a one-party state, but it's different because like they have elections, but essentially they're like technocrats, right? Like the very like neoliberal idea that it's like, there's no need for politics. It's just like whoever, which is funny because if people were to say that about like any communist party in the world, right, that would have had power prior to this, they would have never have accepted that. But when it's fascists in power, and they give off the veneer of democracy, right, and the idea that people vote for one person, that somehow that's democratic. But because of the fact that everything vis-a-vis vis-a-vis the United States was positive, right? Like everything was done to give preferential treatment to the United States. Everything was given to allow the US to imperialize Mexico up, down, everywhere, right? So not only is there a myth of political stability, which is something America still likes to do, but also the fact that the state was itself like helped bring about that, right? That the Priistas, right, the Priista dictatorship was what made Mexico peaceful. And it wasn't until these student groups that are leftist, right, that don't understand that you have to vote red, you have to vote red, white, and green, right? However fashy they may seem, right? It's not a solution to what's actually going on. And then also in Mexico, voting blue no matter who would literally mean voting and the people that are like, like literally fascist, like even more overtly fascist, like phalangist, like.
Y lo cierto es que cuando te pones a analizar, digamos, lo ocurrido después de la revolución, te das cuenta que nunca hubo esa posibilidad. Por ahí hay un libro que se llama La Revolución Interrumpida. Entonces, una forma de crítica porque la revolución nunca cumplió sus objetivos. No hubo realmente reparto agrario, ¿no? Hubo muchos de los problemas que llevaron a la revolución no fueron resueltos.
Now I want that book because I have heard that book a lot. I think I've looked through it before. The time, not this last time I was at, but the time before that I was in Mexico City, maybe, I think. But it's true. There is a film, actually, that, like, the promises of the revolution were not kept. One, because, like, Madero, who was, like, the main person leading the revolution in the beginning, was, Robloxed, right? But also because to revert to say that, well, it has to be a bourgeois democracy, it has to function under these parameters, limits the amount of revolutionary change that can happen. But yes, a lot of the promises of the Mexican Revolution were not kept. There was never mass land reform, right? And this is something that in the global South has to be central, which is, that is to say, land reform. If it's not central, then it's not really helping anybody. But anyway, another important thing too is that it's something that we were sold, right? Like, and pardon me, I was mentioning this movie where there's this guy who runs to become like the governor of Puebla, which is one of the states that is borders Mexico City. And he wins the governorship and he says, triunfó la revolución, right? Which means the revolution triumphed. But he was a military man who, like, it turns out, was not as heroic and brave as he actually was, but was just power hungry, right? Like, he was really good at gaining power, right? That's what he was good at doing, and consolidating it. And that's why he was there, right? And then even in the film itself, like, they literally have him meeting with US, like, imperialists, right? Capitalists that are like, well, there's this beautiful valley here with all of these wonderful, farms and everything, but we want to dam this area and flood it, so then that way the new factories that we're going to build that are going to lower production costs, right, can be built instead. So we don't want the farms of regular Mexican people. We want this gone, so then that way we can have cheap products, right? Like imperialism. And again, it's this idea that, like, you had this very short period where some strides were made. Some were somewhat successful, but that success is very limited, again, like I said. Like the education initiatives were successful in getting education out to the masses, but how they were educated and what they were educated in, was never anything that was going to be liberatory, right? Like, if they're making them read the Western canon, that, especially when it's like finally bringing formalized education to indigenous groups, right, as they live on their ancestral lands, it's literally displacing their own culture, right? It's like, well, now you have to learn Western culture, because that's the only way you can succeed. So you see where, like, yes, education was expanded, but it came at the expense of true equality. It came at the expense of defending the rights of the most marginalized, the most oppressed, etc. And again, the land reforms that were necessary never came to pass, right? The most important land reforms. I mean, there are families to this day that, like, it's like this. Most of the people who lost their fortunes or who lost their lands were usually like petite bourgeoisie, but also like anybody, like peasants would also lose any if they did happen to own land, or if they happen to, whatever it might be, be on a collective farm, they still lost that. Yet the people that they focus on when it comes to the loss of lands is the petite bourgeoisie, because almost all of the big bourgeoisie, right, the bourgeois, they, if anything, were able to access and buy more land than ever before.
No tiene estar sano, así que no le hagas al loco. De una buena vez escupe dónde están.
¿Qué pasó, mi Tarzán? ¿Cuándo saliste?
Luego, ¿cuándo has visto que me pasa más de la noche del tanque? Porque voy a acompañar a mi comandante 18 nada. Entonces, por mis huevos, ¿no?
Cinema 14 presenta Cadena Perpetua, función estelar, domingo, 22 horas.
What is this even supposed to be an ad
Muchas
for?
drogas químicas son elaboradas
Ah.
con ácido muriático, sustancia cáustica y raticida. Ahora el nar...
Fronteras, leyes migratorias, refugios,
Ok.
derechos humanos.
Soy doctora.
Okay. okay.
OnlyFans son las prácticas en red.
Wait, is that an ad for OnlyFans? Okay. Just-
La Comisión para la Verdad está integrada por personas de servicio público y personas expertas independientes, todas ellas encabezadas desde la Secretaría de Gobernación, a través de la Subsecretaría de Derechos Humanos, Población y Migración, y además la preside. También forma parte la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores, de Hacienda y de Crédito Público, el Archivo General de la Nación, la Comisión Ejecutiva de Atención a Víctimas.
Like, I know that they're saying, like, look at all these institutions that, like, form the like, governing board of the Commission of Truth, right? The Truth Commission. But it actually makes me be like, well, all of them, or a lot of these, are just like part of the presidential cabinet, like, you know, like Secretaría de Gobernación, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, you know, like, you know, it is good that they have the, you know, the National Commission on Human Rights or whatever, which lately they've been going through a whole thing for human rights abuses, which is its own issue. But you know, just all of these things that do exist, but it's like, I don't know, like to me, just because there's a lot of institutions in it of itself does not somehow mean that it is going to give us more truth, so to speak, if that makes sense. At least that's my skepticism about something like this.
Y la Comisión Nacional de Búsqueda.
La comisión, como bien lo dices, surge de una triple fuerza conjunta. Por un lado, de los colectivos familiares, sobrevivientes, víctimas, que vienen desde hace décadas exigiendo muchas cosas, exigiendo verdad sobre lo ocurrido, ¿no? Sobre la violencia de Estado, exigiendo justicia y exigiendo también reparación económica, simbólica, exigiendo memoria.
See, look, like yes, these reparations have to be made, not just, and I don't, one thing I hesitate is the idea of symbolic reparations, because I think that very easily that can become like I think I understand what's being said by the term symbolic, but I don't think that we should go for the lowest thing when it comes to that. Like, it's not just economic reparation, because there's no way you can pay anything like that back. Like, there's no way to make up for the thousands of people that were disappeared, the people that were murdered, the people that, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There's nothing that could ever, there's no amount that could ever be paid. Therefore, the highest amount possible must always be paid off, right? Like, that is however much we must always be getting is the highest amount. Not, oh, well, let's try to, like, bargain, right? Like haggle, like, where we should set the price at. Because the losses are beyond, you know, any type of remuneration, right? The remuneration is there to make up for the fact that an entire generation, or at least a couple generations, if not more, of leftist activists, leftist leaders, leftist indigenous leaders, etc., were brought to an end. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Adam. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Were removed, right? Were removed. This is why, like, when I talk about when I was working in Mexico, I don't like to get into specifics because it's not like this is not happening still to some extent. Um, it's not as though, oh, now that the Commission on Truth and Reconciliation, or whatever they might call it, has, is now partnered with all of these state apparatus organizations, that suddenly now it's okay to be an outright leftist and blah blah blah. No, it it's that again, that the denial that was done in the direct aftermath of particularly the two massacres, um, that it has been long enough to where the state feels that it can talk about it, um, to sort of say, well, look at how we've changed, right? But we can never trust a bourgeois state that says that, right? I mean, it's like saying, well, like the Kaiser's government, yeah, it had problems, but blah 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 blah, right? It's like you can't do that. You can't. There is no forgiving of the governments that allowed for this to happen, and not only that, but made it happen. So asking for symbolic reparation, like, I'm not sure I understand exactly what she means, but it has to be more than that. I mean, even economic reparations is not enough, right? Like the state fundamentally has to. I mean, this is something that, again, I would find it very hard for any state to do, as it exists right now in the capitalist world system we live in, for them to actually open up the archives and actually say, look at the horrors that have been committed, because one, they are only looking for things insofar as they don't trace back to, for example, the United States, right? Like, we know that the United States, the CIA, etc., its intelligence services had their hands in, had their fingerprints all over this, right? In the same way that they have it all over South America. Yet this is the one that they can hide. They can hide even more for a reason, right? Because of how deeply imperialized Mexico is. So when they're asking for symbolic reparations, it's like, I don't know what could be symbolic that, of just, like, you can't just acknowledge it. You can't just pay people. It's so much more than that. And demanding memory, again, also how it's remembered is political as well. That is another thing too. Hello, Old Snake Twitch. It's so nice to see you. That is the problem. Like, there is no way for, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm just gonna, like, just go off into my own thoughts here. But it's kind of like everybody's life in Mexico, right? Everybody's life was in some way affected by this, by the repression of indigenous people, by the repression of marginalized people, by the murders, by the disappearances. Like, those things are still there. And again, like I said, entire generations of leftist leaders, queer leaders, etc., gone. There's no way we can recover that, right? We can only move forward, right? But that's something we have to keep in mind. I mean, this is why we have to also recognize that our struggles are one struggle, right? Although we each have, Mexico's struggle against capitalism and fascism is different than Morocco's or Algeria's or France's, right? At the end of the day, it's all one struggle against the world system. But it does not mean, however, that you lose solidarity with people in Mexico or people in India or people in Sri Lanka or people in China, etc., etc., etc. Because again, the government will always do the least it could possibly do. It always will do that. Every bourgeois government will do exactly the same. They will try. I mean, France to this day still does not describe itself as a collaborator, as a collaborationist country vis-a-vis the Nazis. It still doesn't consider. It still does not say. And France is supposed to be like this woke, super whatever commie country. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Just because it has healthcare, just because it has those things do not a socialist society make. As such, anyway.
Por el otro, efectivamente, en este gobierno, dice que sí, hay una escucha para ese reclamo. Y viene también, eso creo que también es importante decirlo, un poco desde la academia.
Nosotros somos resultado de una larga lucha que tiene décadas, desde las doñas, están en los años 70, en los años 80, para hacer justicia y verdad a los desaparecidos, el Comité Eureka, entre otros, muchos de los comités que se forman.
I mean, like, yeah, like Eureka, which was a movement. So it was a collection of different orgs that came together to form one mass org. And in another one of these videos that I will probably show some other day, it does show, how they worked and what they did. But it's also the video where the guy tries to blame, like he tries to both sides this, right? Like, well, if the students wouldn't have fought back, like, what? Essentially, that's what he's saying. Is the fact that this is another aspect too, where academic historians, right? Like, when it comes, especially at an institution like UNAM, right? And this is like the quote unquote Harvard of Mexico, right? Where the historians there do talk about it, but I mean, I don't think that that's where you're going to get a comprehensive history of this. Like, I understand her desire to have academia play a part in this, and it does have to, right? Like, researchers, historians do have to do that. But the idea, the question, what is history, also needs to be brought to the forefront, because it's not just what the Oxford History of Mexico says, right? Because, of course, there are things that have been taken and destroyed in many cases, or actively hidden, right? And suppressed, that this is why I'm saying, like, unless, as many government agencies that back that, Truth Commission, it doesn't mean anything if they do not have complete access to the archives of the government at that time. Because unless they can detail, unless they can begin to actually get into the, like, specifics of what the government then did, of what the dictatorship, what those connections that the dictatorship had, etc., etc., only then can we begin to, really begin to question everything, because we cannot start with the idea that, one, this is some historical thing that occurred in the past, right? Like, we're past this now. We're not. It's still present, right? In the same way that, well, I don't want to go too off topic, but so yeah, I understand the need for the committee to be made with researchers and heads of organizations, but that always, as the problem I have with that is that usually leads to like privileging specific narratives over others. And that's exactly what we should want to avoid, right? Like we should be going to the indigenous communities, to the Afro-Mexican communities, to the Jewish community, to the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the most marginalized communities, the people who were actually the most actively harmed, and asking them what do they have, because the state is, until the state is willing to give us everything, there's no way that we can ever have even the concept of a comprehensive history, right? I mean, that's just literally untenable. I mean, it's the reason why America can still have this debate about what history is, because fundamentally, even going back to like pre-Civil War stuff, like most of the directives and everything that exists still is not available for the public to view. So it's through the closing off of access that, yeah, I could write a history book about this, but it would be incomplete, and it would be found to be incomplete by the people who were directly affected by this. And I think that I haven't seen anything yet. I mean, we're over halfway done with this. We're about halfway done with this, and they haven't mentioned the specific. Well, I guess Eureka would be one exception, but there really isn't any emphasis on like specific groups of victims, right? Coming together, getting access to archives, getting access to, right? It's more like this very general idea, right? I don't know.
En aquella época, sin ningún tipo de apoyo oficial, sin ningún tipo de respaldo oficial. Y esa lucha que, digamos, entronca hasta el año 2021, 2022, en el que un grupo de víctimas, sobrevivientes, familiares, colectivos, en torno a un proyecto de la Subsecretaría de Derechos Humanos, la Secretaría de Gobernación.
Oh, hi, Iron Orchid. How are you? It's nice to see you. Okay, well, I am glad that they did go to the groups that were founded at the time, with like Eureka. But I don't know, like to me, this interests me for the very reason that I noted earlier. Like the first thing. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, in honor of Mexico. Thank you. They decriminalized abortion. Yeah. The feminist movement, I mean, Mexico, like again, yes, this is why when I talk about Mexico, I don't want to just be like the way how like YouTubers are, right? Where they talk about like the food, right? The beaches. It's like Mexico is not only not that, but like it has beaches, it has good food, yes, but it's more than that. And it's not whatever tourists think it is, right? But like, the struggles of women's liberation, of queer liberation, etc., are not done by any means. But doing something like the decriminalization of abortion, the possible legalization of recreational marijuana, because they've already decriminalized it. And then the giving of pensions to homemakers, right? Considering that an act, like actually in law, recognizing that it is a job, right? That reproductive labor is labor. I mean, again, I think it's a little bit like I'm glad that now people that are homemakers can get a pension. However, what about today? You know what I mean? Like, but I know that it's a process. Sure, fine. But I'm still like, but what about now? Like the homemakers now need money, now need assistance. Oh yeah, Jalisco's really nice. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Nabil. Wow, 9 months.
plan de trabajo de la Comisión para la Verdad incluye, entre otras acciones, el impulso de una ley de las memorias para México, acciones de reconocimiento.
Okay, so right here it says Commission for the Access to the Truth. Well, I want to say this literally, but like the I want to say the historical clarification and the bringing about of justice of the grave violations of human rights committed between 1965 and 1990, want to bring in one, the law of memories, which is, again, it is a step in the right direction, but it isn't. This is where, again, it is a step in the right direction, but now we have to want more, right? That's the thing. Like, it's not, we cannot end our call for the truth, right? We cannot end the call to access, right? To access the military high command archives, right? Right. All of these things, right? Thank you for calling it labor. Childbirth and carrying a kid is unpaid labor. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, like, I mean, even if you are not the birthing parent, right, but you are the parent that is staying at home, right? Because again, it depends on each. But yes, yeah, definitely on that, in that case, yes. You know, and again, it's. Well, I mean, another thing too people often forget is like, one, not all Mexicans are Catholic. In fact, I would say that like the idea of people being Catholic in any country in the Americas is more of a cultural thing, in the sense that it is something that the Spanish, because when Catholicism was brought over to the Americas, it was seen as existing even in how you behaved, right? Like, you ate like a Christian, like a, you know, you went to sleep like a Christian, you blah blah blah, everything, right? So it's more like yes, people might baptize their children, but that's because of tradition, right? Like, it's not because they necessarily believe that the church is, you know, extra ecclesiam nulla salus, right? They don't actually believe that. And that's actually why you see a lower and lower of people that actually are confessing Catholics, right? That actually, you know, belong to the confession, so to speak. How they had to pretend to be Protestant. I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, again, it really just depends, like, because, like, in like, when, like, in Spain in particular, there was this too, but also, like the question of converts, right? Even in the Protestant world, was a huge question, right? Which is why there's a whole, that actually is a famous painting, and there's even a famous phrase too, is wash the Ethiop white, right? In the belief that Ethiopian, I mean, the idea of Ethiopian meaning African, right, in a kind of general sense, was that if you were baptized, if you became a Christian, you could lose the essence of you that was black. Even though it doesn't make sense, because the whole idea of blackness was constructed by the people themselves. So it's like they need. So I mean, this goes back to the idea how white supremacy will make people do things to make them fall into the very boxes that white supremacy creates, right? It's like, it doesn't make sense, which is part of white supremacy, right? Which is why it doesn't make sense. But it's like this very strange reflexive thing that it also does, which is why, like, the people that say, well, if I want to have, like, if I want to, you know, essentially, if you want to be a pick-me, that somehow that'll help you, that's why it never does help you. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they still have that concept, and yet they still were able to find an exception in their own minds of how to, or not even their own, but systemically to bring about chattel slavery based on race, right? So, you know, but yeah, like even in Protestant countries, I mean, I think in America that's much more of a thing than in other, like in Europe, I would say. I mean, in Italy, most people like, if you were to ask them if they do like baptism, they'll be like, sure, yeah, we've baptized our kid, but like, do they go to church? Like, every church I've ever been to, like, literally has been empty. Like, I don't know. That's just me. Like, when I lived in Italy, it was literally empty, like everywhere. Capitalism ignores women's labor by design because capital doesn't respect emotional labor or self-sustained. Right, right. I guess for me, I want to just, yes, of course, that is part of the struggle of women's liberation, is to have um have things like reproductive labor, etc., counted, since people who are categorized as women, I guess. I mean, I don't want to abstract it too much, but I think you know what I'm trying to say, right? Like, I'm trying to also include people who are non-binary and trans that also give birth, um, because of that too, right? Like, there also is that as well. But that is not to diminish the women's liberation struggle, but rather to show how so many struggles are interconnected, right? So the special program for the reparation for total or integral, right? Integral means like holistic, or like, I mean, I don't have to explain this. That's already exists in English. And compensation. So this is the whole, remuneration, which no amount. I mean, it's like with, like, if you ever read Eric Williams's book Capitalism and Slavery, literally everything that happened to the United States and Europe, so that now they are quote unquote advanced societies, could not have happened without slavery. Just the vast amount of unpaid labor, just the vast amount of value creation, etc., etc. There is no amount now that could ever be paid back. That does not mean, however, that that is not, however, an argument for not paying. That is an argument for paying as much as possible and never ceasing to pay. That is like, that's where people go wrong. Just because there's not an amount fathomable to remunerate does not mean that there is no need for remuneration. It means that remuneration has to be done, and there should be no limit to that remuneration, because there is nothing that you could ever give that will ever make up for that. That's what that point is supposed to make. But people, especially liberals and fascists, right? They like to say, well, because since it can never be paid, I mean, if they even want to say that they would pay it anyway, like, this is where liberals come. It's like, well, we have to find out who is directly, like, they literally want to use the logics of white supremacy and blood purity to determine who can get money, right? And all of that stuff, right? And it's like, no, that's not, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, we don't need more white supremacy to make up for white supremacy. Like, that doesn't work.
Búsqueda e investigaciones en lugares e instalaciones militares en los que se presuma se haya cometido violaciones graves a los derechos humanos.
So, oh yeah, another thing too is, most of the military like the one that was closest to my house, when I lived in Mexico, nobody wanted to go by it. Like, you have to drive by it. But, like, you know how, like, here, like, in America, like, people will visit, like, Air Force bases, like, as a tourist, right? And they'll get, like, that does not happen in Mexico. Nobody wants to fuck with the army. Nobody wants to, because everybody knows that underneath all of those, whatever, like, they know that all around them, they have just mass graves. Okay? Like, everybody knows this. Like, nobody ever wants to go into those campamentos because they know They know the atrocities that have been committed there because there they had absolute impunity. There they had to make no excuses. There they could do whatever the fuck they wanted. So again, any land that belonged to the military at that time, nobody wants to touch it. Like no regular civilian wants to even go near it because even to this day, the military will do shit to you. I mean, I'm not even joking. Like the cops will even come and rob your house and yet still ask you to pay money to the cops, right? Like your little donation, right? So again, like this is why, like when I say ACAB, I'm like, trust me, like I am not sympathetic to any cops, like at all, like even in the global, nothing, just nothing. Because like some people I say, well, you know, there maybe in some place, no. The defense of capital is not worth keeping. We do not need the foot soldiers of capital to be around. Cops in Mexico is some scary ass shit. Never seen it. Well, see, that's the federal police. They are the ones that have the, and now this president AMLO created La Guardia Nacional, which is a separate and autonomous armed force that he put under, now it's under his direct command. Well, technically, anyway, it doesn't really matter. I kid you fucking not, every single time, every time you see La Guardia Nacional coming around in their big trucks, it's just a whole bunch of like automatic, like all these black rifles, right? Like essentially that, right? Like, and they are like, if you see them pulling up, shit is about to go down. Shit is about to go fucking down. Like I saw like even for something as simple as these people aren't from around here, they will pull the fuck up like 20 of them in the back of the truck, just to do an inspection, right? Let alone if you get stopped by the either the federal police or the military and at a checkpoint, because you literally have to open up everything. Like in America, right, because of convention, right, they might not do, whatever, blah blah blah. This is like, no, you have to fucking open everything. Like if we tear your car apart, it's your fault, not ours, So again, as Arun said, concerning specific things that he was talking about before, I believe it was in Sri Lanka, but it's like that was like a Tuesday, right? Like it's like that time, like one instance of where I couldn't go to school because there was a shootout between the federal police and multiple drug cartel. And yet they were still trying to like hold my absence against me. Like, you mean you wanted me to drive through like a battleground is what you're saying. And they're like, why didn't you come earlier? Well, I didn't know there was going to be a fucking battle. You know what I mean? Like, not like they send out letters.
Revisión de archivos históricos, el plan de búsqueda, el plan nacional de reparación de daños a víctimas y el informe final que hará.
Like, again, like, people can tell me whatever they want, and people can assume whatever they want about me, but I know what's happened in my life when I've lived, where I lived, and all I can say is, trust me. Trust me. Y'all do not even want to know. Y'all do not even want to know. Okay? Like, that's why, like, all these people that are, like, online leftists that are like, blah, 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 you know what? You can say whatever the fuck you want. I'm never going to listen to you, though, because I actually had to deal with something that is dangerous. Not just like, oh, my book club, that doesn't have the right audiobook or whatever. See, this is one of the things about their demands that I have an issue with. Is what, like, I'm not saying that it's going. I mean, it's like what happened with the cops, right? It's like, we would like to report a robbery, and they're like, well, we don't take police reports, but you're the fucking police. You have to go to the station way out over here and go tell them that you got robbed. But also, you also have to give us money. Um, you know, there's stuff like that. Um, whatever. Um, so is this thing like the committee to bring about, or to, yeah, to bring about justice, right? It's like, it sounds good, sort of, but then it's like, if you think about it, the committee to bring about justice means that it's like an intermediary committee, right? Like, it's not a committee, that is there specifically to, like, to empower victims to be able to, right, file charges and to whatever, right, keep them anonymous, do, the trial stuff. It's just to bring about legislation, or rather suggest legislation, or suggest policy that could bring some justice to people. And I always feel that that's always a way to not. And again, this is just because I know that Mexico is very bureaucratic, which is a very common thing in the global south with many of the countries that are like this. I mean, besides that being very common in the first place, is that's another way to clip the wings of this project. This is why, again, like I'm saying, it's good that it's being addressed. However, if you're going to create a committee that doesn't have any real power, right, that is just there to suggest or to just bring awareness, you can see how very quickly that can become co-opted, or easily ignored, right? Like, there needs to be something that people cannot ignore, right? And another thing too is, there has been no discussion about teaching this to the Mexican public, right? Like, it's because they have, the next one should be for this, right? The committee for the bringing about of memory, or for and to not have it happen again, right? The non-repetition of this. This is where it needs to be connected as well to other particular organizations that represent marginalized groups. Like, this is where the different indigenous nations and the Afro-Mexican people, etc., this is where they need to have a seat at the table as well, because there needs to be something with power that can say, no, not only is this not going to happen again, right? Never again is not just an empty phrase, but that the communities that are the most marginalized, that are the most repressed, that are the most suppressed, etc., 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 that have the most violence committed against them, they are the ones that have to be at the forefront of, having the power to actually make it so that it does not happen again, right? Marginalized people don't want, a genocide to happen, right? In a white supremacist world, white people don't care. Like, they're fine with hearing, oh, never again, never again, never again. They don't care when genocide's actually happening. And in fact, they will deny it until, it's undeniable, right? Although, I don't know. I even that is questionable. But this is where again it's like you can make all these committees. Hello, Dragonfly Tess. It's so good to see you. But unless marginalized people are empowered by this to actually have some control, like, oh hey, we can, stop legislation that is going to be like taking away land rights from indigenous people, unless it's something like that, I mean, I'm just using that as an example, then, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe I don't like half measures, and I don't like, a few millimeters of measure, right? Like, this is an enormous Mexico's dictatorship, which they're only calling it one from 65 to 90. I would say at the very least from 45 to 2000. But, that's neither here nor there. I mean, that's just like when people want to say it became specifically militant. Anyway. But if there's nothing that the marginalized can do to have a voice, or to not even just have a voice, but have a voice and power, I don't see what this committee, right? Like, if it's for remembrance and to make sure that it doesn't happen again, it has to have some form of power to stop such things from happening again, right? Otherwise, like, otherwise it's just an advisory committee that just gives, like, oh hey, this legislative session, why don't you try to pass a bill that allows us to teach it to 10th graders? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem I have with many of these type of bourgeois steps, is that they're very often ways to not actually discuss it, right? It's a way to say, well, we created these committees and that's good enough, right? Not actually like, oh, this committee is going to be funded. It's going to have people from all marginalized communities in Mexico, and it's going to have some kind of enforcement power, right? Like, otherwise, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Haya cometido violaciones graves a los derechos humanos, revisión de archivos históricos, el plan de búsqueda, el plan nacional de reparación de daños a víctimas y el informe final que hará el mecanismo de esclarecimiento al término del mandato de la Comisión para la Verdad.
Wait. Okay. So they actually anticipate an end to the Truth Commission of when they write their final report. Okay, no. So this is exactly what I said earlier. This is exactly the problem with these kind of measures, is that it's going to privilege specific types of testimony, specific people, right? Because if it's the family of a famous white journalist that died, they're going to get attention. We know this, as opposed to an indigenous community that was harmed by the state. And that's just. But they actually say that the mandate of the Truth Commission, which doesn't really have any power, I mean, it's just sponsored really by all of these different ministries, but it doesn't have full access to like the military documents. Another thing too is that to this day, there has not been any full nationwide search for all of the mass graves. Even in where the military has direct control, where the president could say, all of the soldiers in this base have to dig up the ground until, we find the mass graves. Like, yeah, if it's not racism, it's classism. I mean, again, it's both. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's both, because in Mexico, just like in the United States, class and race are not divorced from one another, right? like like the entirety, if not the vast majority of the entirety, almost the entirety of the bourgeoisie in Mexico, they're all white. They're all white. They all send their kids to study at Ivy League schools in America or Europe or whatever, but typically it's America. They all have homes here in the United States. Um, no, oh, no. It's totally fine. That's why I was like trying to say like, yeah, like I see what you're saying. And like to me, I just usually put them together. So don't worry about that. No need to apologize. We're all good. But I guess for me, what's kind of getting to me is that they want one report to be done. One final report. That once it's done, then the Commission on Truth loses whatever mandate it has. Like that is some bullshit if I ever saw some. Like, you know what I mean? Like that is because then people are going to act like that is the quote unquote truth, right? Like does that make sense? Like that is not how the writing of history works, right? And in fact, it's very similar to what after the Argentine dictatorship fell apart in 1985, they made a book called Nunca Más, right? Never Again, in which they essentially, at least in the preface to it, tried to make it seem like, I mean, they're talking about the dictatorship in Argentina, but in the preface, they make it seem again like it was a dirty war, right? That there was a leftist guerrilla movement that forced the government's hand, quote unquote, right? Which isn't true. But now it is seen as the foundational, like people see it as the truth, right? In fact, there is even a movie from Argentina made, again, 2 years after the oh, no worries. I'm glad that you lurked. In fact, they even made a movie called The Official History or The Official Story, right? In Argentina, where, I kid you not, they focus on, anyway, they focus on this lady who essentially adopted the daughter of someone who was disappeared, right? Like they were disappeared, and that's how they got a daughter. And the whole point was that she was such a good, nice, middle class white lady that she just didn't know, right? There's no way that she could have known. She was just a good person, which again tries to absolve the fact that all of Argentine society knew. In the same way like this, all of Mexican society knew. The only thing is that the access to the truth, the access to the memory of this is a political venture, right? That's the problem, because the dictatorship did not end after 1968. It didn't end after 1971. It didn't end until the year 2000, at the very least, anyway, at least ostensibly speaking. So there were many, 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 many years where documents could have been destroyed, etc., etc., etc. And not only that, but this is also a period when you have immense migration of people as I would, refugees from Mexico during this very violent dictatorship going to the United States, and also not being taught this history, because it's what the U.S. wanted Mexico to do. It's them doing what America told them to do. So, in the same way, in the sense of like Operation Condor in South America. So, but having a final report that is the definitive truth, that's just.
Cuando nosotros empezamos a crear el mecanismo, empezamos a entender que teníamos dos objetivos primordiales que se nos entregaron en el mandato. Uno era delimitar el diagnóstico de lo que había sucedido en justicia durante todos estos años. Y el segundo era proponer la creación de una unidad reuniendo tres elementos. Una unidad que fuera especial, una unidad que fuera eficaz y una unidad que permitiera la no impunidad.
La Comisión para la Verdad
You see, like, everything she just said right now are very empty terms, right? Or is it just me? Like, I don't know if maybe my own, like, but like, oh, it has to be effective. Like, you even saw that El Jefe Rafael Trujillo. Oh, you know. And I'll never forget it too, because I'll never forget the after effect of after Trujillo died. That you had, I mean, I would say that Gusano can be used in a broader sense too, but I say this because this is how they were described. Like, they didn't describe something, but other Dominican people spoke about this man saying he is a Dominican Gusano, right? That he said that actually Dominicans don't like democracy. Like, again, this is what he said, obviously. Saying, and the way, or rather the way how he put it is, Dominicans like to have a boss. So the reason why the Dominican Republic isn't like whatever, like Switzerland, I guess, is because there's no boss, right? Like Trujillo was a boss, which is why things were good, quote unquote, back then. As if genociding Haitians was something that can just be overlooked, or chalked up to be positive in any way. Which I'll never forget. Like, someone recently talked about the Perejil massacre, but actually attributed it to someone else, which is the Parsley massacre. Because, again, in Haiti, they speak French, and Creole as well. And in the Dominican Republic, they speak Spanish, but they're on the same island right there. And what in English is called Hispaniola, but in Spanish is La Española, meaning the Spanish feminine, the Spanish lady. It meant that they had to come up with a way, because this is an interesting thing about race in Latin America too, is that there's also the affinity to a particular ancestry, right, that also determines national identity as well. And that is that the Dominicans, and I've heard this being described in so many ways, like in ways that are just absolute cope. I mean, again, I have thanks, I think it was Old Sig back that got me the book, The Idea of Race in Latin America, which, again, if you would like to help me, please feel free to go to my throne. You can always get me books for my research there. But, again, going on this idea here, they couldn't tell, even though many Dominicans will say, well, I'm of Spanish heritage, blah, 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 and they only see their connection to Spain. Again, that's neither here nor there. So they couldn't tell the difference between a Haitian and a Dominican person just by looking at them. So what they had to do is to create a test that would allow people to discern whether or not someone was actually a Haitian, that was based off their inability to pronounce the word perejil. Because in French, you don't have a rhotic R. That is to say, you don't say perejil, right? You say perejil. That's if you were to pronounce it like that, right? And that's literally how they determined whether or not you were a Haitian or you weren't, or you were a Dominican. Because if you were a Haitian, you were going to get genocided. If you were a Dominican, But again, this idea of this, like, there is this difference that is 100%, again, that white supremacists still try to use to this day. I mean, it's even manifest, again, this is why when people don't understand how white supremacy and whiteness works, would say, well, because Dominicans are dark as well, that means that they're immune to white supremacy. No, they were using white supremacy in their idea of, and again, I'm cutting this very short, obviously. I'm not saying everything that went on, but that the idea that blackness was an issue, yet that you can't be able to tell one person from another, says a little bit about how, again, blackness isn't just, and whiteness isn't just about skin color. It's justified by so many different means, including this heritage that people claim. I'm not saying that it's untrue, but rather that it's unnecessary, right? So by saying this, by using this method of genocide, that's how so many Haitians were killed. And in fact, to this day, Haitians are not generally given a refuge anywhere in not even Latin America, because of this anti-blackness that is just ever present, and that also is the result of the fact of, no, not as a result of, but rather is a reactionary result of the fact that the Haitian Revolution was the first successful slave rebellion and the creation of the first Black Republic in the world, which brought into question the natural state of slavery, right? And the all of this other stuff. So, and yes, there are the stories about Haiti that, yes, the people that fought on Haiti's side that were Polish or other, that happened to have lighter skin were considered to be black by the Haitians. They were given legal blackness. But again, it's not the same as looking at it through how white supremacy works, right? Like, blackness is something that is that it is a social construction to, one, say that people of an entire continent are all one and the same, and that's just not true. We started the practice of dropping in weapons, supplies, and money meant for the everyday people with the Dominican Republic. Of course, instead of going to the actual people, they get in the hands of local strongmen like Rafael. Good thing we learned from that mistake and absolutely never did that again, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like this right here. It's like right now what's happening when I'm here talking about Mexico. It's like we have indigenous lands that are being taken away by eminent domain so that a tourist train can be constructed, right? Like, people can do all the economic arguments that they want to make, whatever, fine. Why does it have to come at the expense of indigenous people? I do not think that the Mexican state, nor any state, should have the right to say, well, because it says in the Constitution that eminent domain is a thing, that applies to indigenous lands as well. I feel to me that that's something that can't be done. That's my own personal opinion. But again, that is not how the Mexican state sees that. The government does not. It says it doesn't matter. It's part of the republic, so therefore it can apply to that land too. So and again, they've even found archaeological stuff like, and essentially, which if you've been watching my stream long enough, you're not supposed to move archaeological stuff unless because then once you remove its context, it's very hard to know what striation it was in, right? And then you can lose so much of history that way. Like, people think that it's dumb because it's like layers of dirt and sand and whatever, but it's like, no, you literally do not understand. Like there is so much that we can gain just from looking at what layer of sediment it is. Like we can look at when did this area first become populated, when was the last time it was populated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, to build a tourist train, they, got rid of all of that. So,
Según el decreto que la creó, dejará de existir en septiembre de 2024, pero las instituciones que ya existían.
no, wait. Oh my God, it's gonna end in a year. Ay, boy. Ay, boy. I'm gonna put the final report on Throne because I need to read that. Like I know I have a lot of books on Throne. I know, and I know I have an air conditioner because it's hot, right? Like it's again, I don't have air conditioning. I have no vents, nothing. If you want to help me with that, you can help me. But like I need to read this thing. Like whenever it's done, I need to read this thing because there is no way that this thing covers even 5% of what actually happens. No way. No way. And also, if this... Now this raises another problem. Yes, it's going to create a final report and then be dissolved. That means that even that organism that is supposed to be like, to make sure it never happens again, it doesn't have any power to do anything. It can just suggest things, but it can't actually create policies that are enforced by the state. No, it's literally just going to be like an NGO, essentially, at that point. People like to complicate things like that. Also, I might not be a big economics person or a foreign affairs person, but my philosophy errs on the side of states not further encroaching on indigenous lands, everything else spread out there from... No, exactly. We are on the same page. Like, look, people can talk to me, day and night about how, we need to the economy, right? It's like, what would actually help Mexico's economy if people really... ending U.S. imperialism. Like, if you actually wanted to, not destroying indigenous lands. How about that? Surely that's easier to do because apparently America's so advanced that it could just, but nobody ever thinks, like, nobody ever takes that line. This is the problem I'm having even with this video. The reason why it's making me upset is because it's literally like, these are these token organizations that, yeah, we're gonna talk about this, but ultimately after a year from now, we're not like the main thing that is supposed to be the truth finding organization. Like, when was this? Because they were talking about, this was streamed 2 months ago. So it's literally was only, they had 1 year to investigate this. They have 1 year. And somehow they're supposed to create the final report on the most repressive period of the dictatorship, 1965 to 1990. How? I mean, I'm not even joking. Like, in my own research, the reason why there are so many books on my throne is because everything I have to research every aspect, like cultural aspects, economic aspects, gender, race, right, religion, etc. It's there. How can you write the final report on the dictatorship in 1 year? That's just impossible. So that's literally it's going to be just a summary. And it doesn't, and again, that one commission they said they were going to start, if it does not have a way to enforce policies to actually not let this happen again, then it's at the behest of it's at the mercy of the state, to put it in another way, of them not doing it again. Like that doesn't make like the government did this, but now we're gonna pinky promise with the government that they won't do it again. Like, you know what? Like that kind. I mean, I don't want to reduce it to anything. Like, I know probably who knows, but I feel like that's essentially what's happening here. It's like, well, because we have a commission on it that can do awareness, that's good enough. Like, no, that is not good enough because genocide is still happening against Afro-Mexicans, against the indigenous peoples of Mexico, etc., etc. There is no need to end any such commission, let alone one that's supposed to investigate crimes committed by the state from 1965 to 1990 in 1 year. That's just ridiculous. I mean, even with like many people researching it all at the same time, there's no way.
Y las que se creen a partir de sus esfuerzos deben continuar la tarea de forma.
It took Umberto Eco damn near 15 years to write of Fascism, and I believe it's the most comprehensive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. 15 years. This is 1 year. This streamed 2 months ago. And they're talking about like, well, we want to do all of these things, but they spoke nothing about how they're going to enforce anything. Like, how do you make sure that genocide isn't happening in Mexico? Because just focusing on one particular time period and just doing awareness about it, I mean, that is important, yes. But that is one of the smallest steps that any government can take, right? Like, Germany could not have gotten away with this after World War II, right? Of course, the situation is very different. But even other Latin American countries like Argentina that had a dictatorship for less time, that only had it from 76 to 83, I mean, yes, in Argentina, they did make Nunca Más in 885, as well as the movie. And yes, they were seen as but of course, they've come back to it and, whatever. But, because there are still genocide denialists, right? There are still people that deny what the dictatorship did. I don't know how you're going to talk about an even longer period of time under multiple people, right? Multiple presidents, multiple cabinets, multiple U.S. presidents at that. Again, this is why to me, like when people say, "Oh, the Democrats," they literally are the same to me. Like Democrats and Republicans were in power when they were the ones telling the Mexican government to repress leftist movements in their own country, right? So, people can say whatever they want about, and another thing too, let alone all of the people that are in literal concentration camps along the border. I just don't see how this is even like how this is anything but like a smiley face sticker. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting upset, but
Definida.
try not to.
Como mencionábamos, y para contribuir a la coordinación de los trabajos de la Comisión para la Verdad, fueron seleccionadas personas de reconocida calidad moral o prestigio internacional. Estamos con el...
Hold up. Who gets to determine what is high moral quality? Like, what does that even mean? And international prestige. Like those two things. What? Like, I mean, high moral quality. What does that even mean? Like, yes, of course, we know that this dude is very honest, right? Like, I kind of get it, what they're trying to say, I think. But I just find it weird when they use something like moral quality as a measure of, like, who they're gonna let do this. Like, I feel like it needs to be more like, I don't know, something better than that. But again, maybe I just am not understanding how they mean it. But international prestige. So, what's funny too is like, instead of opening up the archives so that way scholars of marginalized communities can have access to these and help bring about the final report or whatever, right? Write histories. They're only giving it to people who would already have been given access to the archives anyway. Because one, moral quality, I mean, does that mean that if you're a communist that you can't go because you don't have the right moral quality to research the fascist dictatorship? And also, again, international prestige. No, they're too woke to understand anything, right? Yeah, like I'm sorry, like I don't want to be like, oh, I'm being really like critical of this, but I feel like we have to be really critical of things like this. I would want someone to be critical of this if this were happening in any other country in the world. It's like, yes, they can have Francisco Mercado Espinosa, right, behind them, right? Like they can have the pictures of the victims. But if only very famous historians get to go there, I don't think that they're gonna want to write a history that makes the Mexican government look that bad, right? Or say, oh, it was a few bad apples, right? At least that's knowing how short this is going to be researched and written. I don't know.
Todos ellos reúnen no solamente el perfil, sino la formación, la vocación y la convicción para emprender una tarea de esta naturaleza.
Las 5 personas comisionadas que fuimos seleccionadas en este proceso al que me he referido, tenemos el mandato de elaborar un informe sobre esas graves violaciones a los derechos humanos cometidas entre el 1965 y 1990. Ese es nuestro único mandato, pero este mandato lo tenemos que realizar de cara a la sociedad y en diálogo con las víctimas y en diálogo con los distintos colectivos de víctimas organizadas y no organizadas.
El mandato es...
when he says our only mandate is that we write this report, and there are only 5 people that can write this report apparently. That even more. I'm sorry, I'm just getting, like, as a historian myself, knowing that they chose 5 people who get access to, ostensibly more access than ever before to these archives, so that way they can write the final report of just the violations of human rights between these 2 years, one immediately makes me question the methodology, because one, the concept of human rights is used to mean many things, right? Like, what we think human rights are not necessarily what the Charter of Human Rights, etc., blah, 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 right? Let alone any government's own interpretation of that. Because which human rights violations are going to be called out, right? Like, are they going to do just the forced disappearances? If so, of just which group of people? Because there's no way you could talk about all of them in 1 year. And it's 5 people. 5 people are going to write the final report on this time period. I'm almost like, okay, well, after this report comes out, I'm going to have to do more research myself, but can't even really be done. Again, that's exactly the problem with this, is in order to get access to those archives, or even more sensitive archives than those, you have to, like, request using the law, La Ley General de los Archivos, a request under the general law of archives, to the General Archive of the Nation, which can be rejected or accepted or whatever. Gosh, it would be such a long research I mean, but it would be, I feel it would be worthwhile to do, but there's something about this that in my mind is just like, I don't trust this. I mean, they might be the best historians for this period. Maybe. Um, but it's weird that he said that. Our only mandate is this. Um, because again, then that brings up methodological questions, which I know sometimes, like, I don't want to get too bogged down in details. I know I do this sometimes, but it just goes to show that, like, as a historian, it's not just, oh, I'm going to read a few books and then synthesize them into a new history. It's methodological questions of historiography are some of the things that matter the most, right? How are we going to approach this? Are we going to take what the government wrote about the people that they disappeared as fact? If so, on by what basis, right? What do we have to corroborate X, Y, Z? Like, that's what's floating through my mind right now. And it's just making me anxious, actually, about reading this report, because I feel like it's going to absolve the people that are still alive to this day, or at least diminish their role, and also not talk about U.S. imperialism, right? That's another thing too. They're not going to talk about U.S. imperialism.
Esclarecer tres graves violaciones principalmente. Desaparición forzada respecto a la Guerra Sucia, 1965-1990, tortura y ejecuciones extrajudiciales. Nosotros,
So those are the only three things. Only those three human rights violations are going to be in the final report. So forced disappearances, which I'm guessing must mean those that are documented, right? Like those that, because see, this is a huge problem all over the global south. There are people who can disappear off the face of the earth, right? The most marginalized. Because they already do not exist in any real way in relationship to the state, because the police don't care about them, as in the sense of they don't own property, right? Through racist means as well, they are indigenous or black or another marginalized community. They come from, say, from rural areas or from the slums of huge metropolitan areas, and they have no real paper trail of their existence. Let alone people that are from other countries, right? That and that have found refuge in Mexico, but do not have like residency status, right? Because Mexico has all that stuff too, of course. And because of that, I mean, it's like what happened. I mean, I don't want to compare it exactly, but it's like after 9/11, when they closed down the apparatus to find people, right, to find out the names and identities of all the victims, there were many people. In fact, this is actually a sort of people's monument that was made by people who weren't by the average person, right? That came particularly from the Latinx community, right? To recognize the deaths of people who were never mentioned, and therefore because, for example, they had to have documents that were irregular, right? Or rather, they were undocumented, right? And so because of that, they will never be counted in the official death toll. Nor will the claims for them to get like money that would have gone, the money that did go to the families of the victims, nor will that be given to them either. And in fact, there's a book called The Undocumented Americans, which talks about this specific episode in U.S. history, very recent, of course, that even to this day, they will keep saying, we've already shut, like they had literally unlimited funding. So this whole thing, oh, we can't afford healthcare, we can't afford universal education, that's a complete lie. They were able to pay companies that, had their offices destroyed because of 9/11 as much as they wanted, etc. People forget that like property also had to be compensated. So remember that. They used the tragedy in order to launder more money into capitalists' hands. But regardless of that, the people that were undocumented, they were allowed to remain uncounted, unrecognized. And especially because they would never want to give undocumented people compensation for what happened that day. So even in this, immediately, I mean, I apologize if I'm like being very critical of this. I feel I have to be, but also I think that I want other people to know that like we cannot just have a Truth and Reconciliation Committee for anything and think that that's the end of the line. No, that is barely a mere grain of sand in the grand scheme of things, right? If they're only going to look at 3 particular crimes that were human rights violations, forced disappearances that are, thank you, October, forced disappearances that are documented, torture of people that it was documented, and extrajudicial executions that are documented, then that means that the people who were not the victims of this state violence that were not taken to the base, that did not have their names put in the register of dead, right? That did not have that. So the most marginalized, the unhoused, the indigenous, the Afro-Mexican, etc., are the most likely to get looked over in this final report. Because if you look at the compilation, I mean, even that person that was behind the guy talking, he was a white Mexican, right? He was white. He's documented. But an indigenous person that was born in they are not given any. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, October. Yeah, this means a lot to me. Like, this means a lot. This talking about this subject, because not only has it been ignored, but I've been told to just not talk about it by Mexican people as well. Like, oh, don't talk about it. There's no need to talk about it. Either denialists on one hand, even people that you would think would want this to be known, say, well, we don't want Mexico to look bad, right? Like, Mexico is already demonized by the United States and other Western imperialists. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Raven, for the subscription. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sounds like it should be talked about more. Exactly. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. Again, thank you so much. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna put my throne out there. If anybody's interested, you don't have to. I have tons of different things. I have a fun. Oh, October. I have a lot of Kuromi stuff on my fun gifts thing. So some of the stuff I wanted to show you is actually on there. But anyway, like, how can there be justice if the most marginalized are the most likely to be looked over in this investigation of 1 year's research by 5 people only looking at 3 crimes? Oh, no worries. I mean, I realized that when I was saying it, I was like, oh no, it sounds like I'm saying like, oh hey, you should no. I just meant like some of the stuff that I've been finding. Some of it I found it on Amazon, and so if you want to look at their stores, that would be a cool place to do that. Because they have this really cute backpack. Oh, the hoodie, the Kuromi hoodie. Oh my gosh, that is I need that in my life. But anyway, but like this is something that like I am sure I don't know if Arun is still here, but I'm sure that Arun hearing this and perhaps even seeing my own reaction to Mexico's attempt at discussing this um, can offer a kind of way for us to discuss something that would be, and this is to say, when I say us to discuss, what I mean is that we are discussing things that happen in the global south, right? When it comes to Mexico and Latin America in general, and Arun with Sri Lanka and also India, is that these are the things, right, that that truth and reconciliation commissions will do very often, right? Like for example, this should not be the model, excuse me, for a truth and reconciliation committee to talk about the Tamil genocide. This literally this doesn't do anything for the victims in any real way for the victims of the dictatorship. Because only the people that are the most documented, right, in society, in Mexican society back then, so again, petit bourgeois, white, are the most likely to get listed to be talked about. And crimes committed against them are always seen as somehow worse. Even I'm not even gonna get into that. That's because of racism and white supremacy. Like this, like immediately thinking about this in reference to other things, like the genocide by the Mexican state against the Apache Nation, but particular the Apache tribes that. So again, these are bands of Apache that lived within what is now Mexico, up until really, I mean, I always say until the Second World War, because on like Wikipedia, for example, it will say 1924, but that's not really true because that's when they stopped ordering. That's when they stopped like passing law because of like the revolution and everything, right? They stopped being overt in their anti-indigenous genocidal plans. And then it became more of a specific parts of the country, like the northern parts that are the most white. They felt the need to continue, right? But they had no state, they had no central government sanction against them. So that's why I don't see it as like, it's not as though Mexico stopped, right? It essentially just what's it called? Outsourced it to some, I mean, in one way of thinking of it, but it was willing to allow it to happen, right? While at the same time saying we have to be like, this is the time when Mexico starts to see itself and create a national identity by rooting itself in the indigenous past, particularly with only one people group, the Aztec / Mexica, and then also with the Spanish, right? And only the Spanish too, as if only Spaniards ever immigrated to Mexico. Like doesn't even make any sense. But anyway, so yeah. So this is when you get the nationalist narrative of mestizaje, which just means like mixture, right? Being seen as a two-race thing, right? That it was Aztecs and the Spanish, and that's what makes Mexicans who they are, right? When that's not true. Like the part of Mexico that my family's from doesn't even have, is not even an area that was even prior to Spanish colonization was ever part of the Aztec Empire in any way, shape, or form. So like to force me into recognizing my own indigeneity being of something that's not even related to me, so to speak, is again something that was done as a nationalist project to flatten indigenous identity and to also make it seem as a thing of the past, right? That mestizaje had modernized Mexico. So anyway.
Optamos por ampliar esas violaciones porque creemos que pues, normalmente ocurre eso, ¿no? Normalmente se centran en estas tres, normalmente en desapariciones, y como que las otras violaciones de derechos humanos quedan como un poco en lo oscuro, ¿no? Exilio político, que es algo de lo que no se ha hablado en México, prisión política.
Yeah, political exile is something that not only has never been talked about in Mexico, but even the United States doesn't recognize political refugees from Mexico at this time as being that. Like, they were like many people who were targeted either directly or indirectly. That is to say that the violence was either against specific people or against specific groups, caused many people to go into exile. However, unless they went to other Latin American countries, they usually weren't, they were, most of the time they were considered exiles. They were never considered that if they were in Mexico, if they were in the United States. Like, this is why the whole, like, as long as they came here legally, you know, that doesn't make any sense, because refugees, by definition, which everybody that comes to the United States is a refugee, is the idea that, like, anyway, I'm not even going to go into detail about that, but is that they cannot be waiting around, right, for appointments and blah, blah, blah. Like, they have to leave now. But isn't it interesting that when the US Census under Nixon creates the category of Hispanic, right, to create the idea of non-Hispanic whites and Hispanic whites, and when you start getting changes to the US Immigration Act, that it starts in 1965, the same year that this particular period of political repression in Mexico begins, and when Mexico becomes the largest group of the country with the largest amount of people moving to the United States, trying to find refuge. It was a way to, again, other Mexicans, to make it seem as though, oh, we're just here for economic reasons. We're just here for anything else than the U.S. is okay with fascism. So because it's okay with that, it will never consider us refugees. Right? I mean, that's essentially what's happening. I need a... Right?
Violencia contra la infancia y la juventud, violencia sexual.
That's something I've never heard used outside. I've never heard, like, that actually is a crime in Mexico. Crimes, violence against children and youth. Like, and also femicide. Like, in Mexico, femicide is a crime because they recognize that misogyny is unique, right? It's not, oh, well, women could do that to men, right? No, it does. Like, the recognition is that living in a patriarchal society means that there is nothing a woman could ever do that could match the systemic and physical violence that occurs due to patriarchy, etc. Let alone when it comes to children. Like, children and youth have no agency whatsoever, right? To the point where the violence against them has to be held as a distinct crime, So again, that's another thing too. If you only focus on the initial three things they were going to focus on, they almost only always focus on adults, not against children and youth, right? And also, they tend to focus on things that, like, they will not count. They will not look at women and queer people, right, specifically, right? That is to say, they will not see how crimes against both marginalized groups are unique, but are also tied together with systemic and patriarchal white supremacist violence, right? I'm not saying that Mexico, that's the reasoning, but the fact that they have created these categories is because of the fact that it is very difficult to say that that is not the case when women in Mexico are so, and being trans in Mexico is beyond fucking scary. Like, I'm just gonna put this out right now. Like in America, it is genocide. It is, but I'm just gonna tell you right now, like, the places where I've ever felt comfortable in Mexico to be out of the closet in any sense of that term are very small, very few and far between. And that is nothing to say about Mexico, but rather about anti-queer, right, transphobic, white supremacist logics that make it so that it is the case, right? Like, it's not one of those, oh, the brown people are blah, blah, blah. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that even in Mexico, the violence is so overt that anything that can draw violence to you is seen as something to hide, right? It's better to, if they you won't get as hurt if they shoot the closet as opposed to you. So, I mean, I don't even know if that even makes sense. So it's nothing to do with Mexico. It's not one of those, oh, in Africa, blah, blah. No. It's to say that because of Western imperialism and colonialism, that is what makes trans people and third gender people, or, I mean, etc., unsafe, even though we've always existed. In fact, like with Mushe people, right, in particular, who are a third gender in Zapotec culture, are from before colonization, but they are still held to the white supremacist, Euro-colonialist gender binary, right? So it's not because it's Mexico, rather it's because the violence is directed at marginalized groups in such a way that there is more elements of impunity, right? And that's the problem, right? Like, white supremacy, colonialism, imperialism is the problem, not Mexico itself. Because, like, Mexico City is one of the most queer accepting places I've ever been. I've never seen more queer couples, like, openly showing affection to one another, holding hands, nor have I ever seen as many, like, drag events in my life, which is, a whole different story, of course. But when I was in Mexico City, but again, that already goes to show that it's not Mexico, right, as such. Rather, it's because of the capitalist violence that happens, right? Yes, drive safe, October. So that's what I want to make clear, because people always try to say, oh, it's because somehow brown and black people have this unique. No. The genocide here is happening, and it's even worse because so many people are willing to deny it. There's no denying that there is homophobic, transphobic violence in Mexico. Is another way of putting it. Like the recognition that it exists is more open, right? Whereas in America, it's occluded, right? It's not supposed to be spoken about. Oh, we are already past racism. We are already past transphobia. We already are past homophobia. No, we're not, right? That's how I want my comment to be read in relation to the United States. That people recognize that these are specific violences that are committed against marginalized groups. Because, for example, violence in general, right, against people, like in my hometown, made it the most dangerous city outside of a war zone. Yes. Yes, a vastly disproportionate amount of women and queer people die in relation to cis straight men. But that is in every society. Right? That's not unique to Mexico. It's only the recognition that there is a specific crime as femicide that actually is unique when it comes to Mexico, at least vis-a-vis the United States. Or the law of gender identity in Mexico that says that if whoever you are, your birth certificate should be, and your ID and your voting card should be able to be made to represent that. You do not need to go to therapy. You do not need to get bottom surgery. None of that. Right? Like, so again, I don't want my comment to be misconstrued.
Violencia también contra otro tipo de disidencias como LGTB.
El decreto presidencial nos faculta, nos da autonomía total para determinar nuestra materia de investigación y la metodología para hacerlo.
It's funny, like all of my concerns and everything, like now they're bringing it up. Like, yes, women and then LGBTQIA plus violence as well. Again, that's the thing, right? Like, America does not do that. It says, let's just look at crime in general. Because if it focuses on any specific crime and actually looks at the people who are the most victimized, it would immediately mean that all of the dumb narratives about how white people blah, 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 blah are all false, right? People only believe it because we're inculcated in white supremacy, as people are in Mexico as well. So again, this is why, like, unless you make it clear that that this type of violence that occurs in Mexico, in the United States, during this period of time, targeted specific marginalized groups of people, we cannot ignore the fact that violence against those marginalized groups of people is distinct from general violence against anybody else because of the fact that it is based on, right, prejudices with power, right? Like, racism is prejudice with power among many other things, but the basic formula is prejudice with power. So, you know, the state was able to commit these crimes to these specific. Notice another thing too, they did not mention indigenous people. So yes, they mentioned queer people, but they haven't mentioned indigenous people as separate. Now, this might be for one of two reasons. That is to say that the crime of femicide in Mexico, sadly, is something that is and when it's investigated, and they've done a report on this many times, is that because now they have special task forces to investigate these crimes, like the rate of how racialized people, right, in this case indigenous people, indigenous women, black women, etc., have a far higher rate of being victims of said crime um, means that typically they will use the laws that make femicide a crime as opposed to say just murder, right? Because there isn't, unfortunately, a law that has created a specific crime, and I understand some, and maybe I'm wording this incorrectly, but rather that recognizes that anti-indigenous, racist violence, but particularly against indigenous people and black people in Mexico, is part of the systemic colonialist, imperialist, capitalist, white supremacist system that has been here since the Spanish colonized Mexico, right? Like that violence was from day one, right? The moment that they set foot on land here. So we have to recognize that as well. And I think that should also be prosecuted as something that is always added on to, not as a either or, right? Like murder plus femicide is how things should be prosecuted, not just femicide. Because again, I think that the uniqueness, and when I say uniqueness, I mean the fact that a marginalized group is harmed in very specific ways by, again, society and individuals, of course, but also groups and the state, needs to be addressed with that. And I don't know, maybe people disagree with me, but I always felt that, yeah, exactly. Like to me, there has to be, a law against anti-black violence. That is to say that violence against people on the basis of their blackness or indigeneity has to be on top of the fact that it's homicide or whatever.
Eso, aunque la comisión es una comisión presidencial intersecretarial, el mecanismo de esclarecimiento histórico solo tiene que informar de lo que hace, pero no depende para realizarlo de ninguna orientación, lineamiento o delegación de ninguna autoridad.
En palabras de los propios integrantes del mecanismo, el objetivo central es generar un informe sobre las violaciones a los derechos humanos en ese periodo. Para ello, parten de una serie de preguntas elementales, pero necesarias. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Por qué y cómo se registraron los hechos? ¿Qué consecuencias tuvieron? ¿Y quiénes fueron los perpetradores?
Pero el interés primordial es generar una narrativa que explique y que nos confronte como sociedad frente a verdades incómodas que no hemos discutido.
Las personas expertas señalan que se han logrado identificar cadenas de mando, nombres y rangos, tanto en fuerzas militares como civiles.
Es importante señalar que siempre hay...
I know, I'm thinking of this and I'm like, now that they've added more categories, which should be done, but if they only have a year, there's no way they're going to be able to get that all done. Like, I would love for this report, like, if this commission, but you know why I think they only have a year? Because that's when the president's term finishes. Because he created it by presidential decree, so, or, executive order, as they would say in the United States, right? Oh, gosh, this, I just hate knowing that this only has a year, because when he said, well, we also have to write a narrative that, allows people to confront the history, which is what historians do, I'm also thinking, the moment you start to think of, how are we going to write this narrative? That should not be the first question you have, nor should that be your primary concern. That's what I always tell, history students, focus on researching, because then once you start organizing your thought, then you will see that there is a narrative, right? Which I'm sure that's what they're doing anyway, but it's just that can be, one, taken out of context because people don't understand the hermeneutical process of history. but I'm not saying that that is the case. I'm just saying that like we have to write a narrative that takes all of these things into account. But also they have to figure out the chains of command, and like I just feel like that is so much research, like for 5 people to do. But I'm guessing they have research assistants, right? But then it's like, why not just have more researchers, right? Like, surely there are more than 5 people of high moral quality and of international prestige in Mexico, right? I mean, surely. But 5 people, I mean, usually they get like 2 research assistants. I mean, typically. I don't know, like, unless they have like entire legions of, legions of them, right? Um, but I can't imagine, because then they have to collate it and write it as a narrative too. I mean, I'm still gonna put this book on throne because this report is way. I mean, I feel the exact same way, Dragonfly Test. Like, if this is way too important, like, if this were like a permanent commission that say every so often was like every 5 years was to produce a report, right? That updates. I mean, again, that's me thinking as a historian almost. Like that's like, oh, in an ideal world, right? We would have it being revised every so often, kind of how history books are. Um, so as more information comes in, as more research is done, especially if we're going to have a permanent commission, so then that way we know that things will change, right? Like, we will begin to see who had more power than other people, because this is going to be very like, well, the generals in the Mexican army, well, which ones, right? Like, which ones, why, who were they involved with, who were their business partners, what, have their families benefited from the repression that they did? And they still haven't mentioned indigenous people. um and I'm so glad they're going to focus on women, children, queer people. But how can you not talk about indigenous people when, like, so many of the battles, right? Like, so many of the armed assaults, right, that happened, that is to say, where they actively, like, went against people, soldiers, were done in indigenous communities. Like, that's just, like, ridiculous. But again, maybe they might say it now because they keep adding more, but I still think this is impossible. I mean, at least to do it justice, right? They say they want to bring about justice, but I don't think they can do it justice.
La cadena de mandos, en efecto. Y nos hace falta terminar de localizar justamente esa cadena
de los diferentes regimientos. Esto a la hora de cruzarlo con la información que tenemos de en dónde estuvo focalizada la contrainsurgencia nos permite identificar quiénes eran por lo menos los comandantes de esas unidades. Y en algunos casos, por ejemplo, hemos identificado a los integrantes de los batallones, y esto en series documentales parecidas o relacionadas a educación militar.
Los integrantes de la Comisión para la Verdad señalan que este ejercicio debe llevarnos como país a poner sobre la mesa los hechos que obstaculizaron el camino hacia la transición democrática y hacia una verdadera cultura de los derechos humanos.
Yeah, so there will be incomplete reports because I had so much hope. Because I didn't pre-watch this. I was like, there are 2 of the videos I've pre-watched. The rest of them I haven't. But they're literally doing the, like, this will allow us a chance to. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Discount Seth Rogen, for your resubscription for 4 months. Thank you. I like how Leon Chiglush was an anarchist who killed a US president and he was forgotten about because everybody already hated McKinley. So they're like, if anything, he did us a favor. But this is one of those, like, this will allow us to start a conversation. And it's like, no, like the conversation should have already started. This should be something else, not a conversation starter, right? Like, and also, I like how just did a huge act but completely forgotten about. I know, exactly. Because like for example, they're already it's like, ah yes, because then we transition to democracy, which again, Mexico was a dictatorship. I hate when people, no, it wasn't, because there were the elections don't matter if there's only one person you can vote for. And they're a fascist. Um, for that matter. So even looking at 65 to 90, because I guess they want to look at 90 to 2000, which, since it involves NAFTA, I do not know how that even involves democracy at that. Because that's literally when the Zapatistas rebel. So it's like, that's, which they're still being attacked by the state to this day. And then we're going to move towards a true culture of human rights. It's like, this is where the wording, right, of things really comes to bear on a lot of these questions, right? Like, well, what do you mean a true culture of human rights? What do those terms mean, right? Because doesn't that tacitly or openly admit that now we don't live in a culture of human rights? So then, can we even be, can we trust people to write this report in the first place? And another thing too is that, like, if we're gonna end it at 1990, what about everything that happened until another party finally came to power 10 years later, or the 20 years before that? Like, that's the problem. I mean, people can say, oh, these were the most repressive years, which means that of all the dictatorships in Latin America, literally Mexico's is the longest running one. Like, the only one that comes close is something like Pinochet, from 73 to 1990, not 65 to 90, like Mexico's. But again, Pinochet was one guy, so it's more recognizable as a dictatorship. But again, what does it matter if they change faces? Like, if they still are doing all these atrocities, if there still are finding mass graves, if there still are, yeah, I want to think, like, if anything, this should be a preliminary report, not a final report. But again, that's, I think, just did a huge act. But yeah, I mean, that happens.
Tratar de aparecer como si fuera un choque entre estudiantes.
The Revolutions podcast has a season on the Mexican Revolution. Venezuela might have had the longest. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. Again, my point isn't to say that it's the longest insofar as, like, oh, who's had a dictatorship longer, but rather that that by choosing those specific years, right, that it's is that it's saying that the years prior, the 20 years prior, and the 10 years after, so 30 years, weren't part of the dictatorship. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure definitely would have been a very, the Mexican Revolution, it's a bookstall club. Oh, is that kind of like what is it called? I forget what it's called. Oh, I forget. They stream on Twitch, but they do like a book club where they're like reading specific books over. I just can't remember their names. Hola, Irene terminó. Oh, okay, qué bueno. Ella ya ha sabido. O va a venir aquí o... But yeah. But even here it says they want to make it appear as if there were a clash between students and the military, which is the truth. Like, they did not, the students were not the instigators of the violence at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been literally a massacre. Like, but in America, if you do hear about it, you'll hear how, oh, there were protests and that, like, Diaz Ordaz had to do it or something like that. Or, you know, because, oh, heaven forbid that the Olympics gets canceled because of fascism. But then again, considering that the Olympics were literally held in Berlin in 1936, I don't know.
¿Cuál fue nuestra sorpresa? Que estaban disparando de esa calle contra los estudiantes. Fue refugiarse donde podían.
Fue una de las peores golpizas que he recibido en mi vida. Que allí se escuchó el grito de los halcones.
10 de junio de
Oh my gosh. Oh, I was about to say, oh, this is an halconazo. This isn't even Tlatelolco. This one, oh my gosh, this one, this particular, this massacre that happened 2-3 years after the first one in Tlatelolco was another one again where the military was there, and the police, and they started shooting on students that were protesting, and literally like they said, right, like I was mentioning earlier, everything was postured as the students were there to fight, which they weren't. But then they will talk about how after a clash, which they sometimes won't even specify what happened, which it wasn't a clash, it was a massacre, that then they began to take up arms. Well, no fucking duh. Of course, if they're fucking shooting at you, what do you think that they're gonna do? But it's part of the, see, it's like if they don't question that narrative, if they don't fundamentally show how that is not the case, that it wasn't the state, like, one, why was the state even there, right? Like, why is the military surrounding students protesting? Why? First question. 2, who sent them there? 3, why are they armed, right? 4, you know what I mean? Like, they're just very basic questions that you can ask that almost immediately lead you to know that the military, they wanted to put down any dissent, and they were willing to be as violent as possible in that crushing of dissent. And the fact that they try to justify it ex post facto should only make us recognize that that's not an aberration, right? That's not a one-time, one-off thing. No, that is how it works. That is how it's always going to be framed. That it's the students' fault. It's the communists' fault. It's they came here wanting to fight. We just happened to have the whole fucking army here with automatic weapons, right? We were just strolling along, you know. And that is, again, if this report, if it's going to talk about el halconazo, which means the falcon attack, right? Because that's what this group of military were called. Like, they were a paramilitary group called los halcones, that had essentially extrajudicial power. That means that they literally got away with this. This happened in 71. I mean, you know, even people that were grown in 71, they're still alive now. I have yet to have ever read about or ever know about of anyone who was in any way reprimanded for their partaking in this. Like they would be in their 70s now, but at least, or maybe 80s. But, you know, it's like trying to frame this as like the report is the beginning of justice. Well, getting the truth out there is part of justice, but it's not the only thing that can start justice. Like, why aren't these people being prosecuted? Like, if you're gonna have these researchers find the chain of command, like this is another issue I have with how they're framing this, right? Okay, they're gonna look at the people, like the chain of command, the military chain of command, whatever, the police. And then what? Like, so they're gonna report on it and say the people's names and say how they were directly responsible for the murder of innocent people and just leave it there. You know what I mean? Like, this is immediately where I begin to question, like, how much of this is actually going to bring about any justice? Because if those people are still alive, one, or two, if they're part of important families, right, of Mexico, it doesn't matter that you mention them in that book, or who will get mentioned, right? Are they going to only choose the specific generals that are now deceased? Or are they willing to actually point the finger at the ones that are still alive to this day? What about the people in the government since then that covered up the massacres, that covered up all of this violence, or that perpetuated it later on, that also are still alive? What's going to happen to them, right? Like, this is very incomplete. Very, very incomplete, I'm sad to say. I know that it's something, but it's not enough. Like, it's not enough at all. Like, at all. I can't imagine. I can't imagine any situation where this would be enough for something like that. But yeah. Okay. Well, I think that I am gonna get ready to go make some dinner. So we are going to raid Polly. Thank you everyone so much for joining me on this stream. And I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you.